Every summer, cause sick jukes kanak kumakanak juje yam hidwat. Jujuka kanuna dwach. Jumawa chi dwach. Gaining giant sneam goyak. O giant sneam bapagi. O giant sneam tamats. We will have our CEO start the AGM momentarily. It may be a few minutes, so we'll hang tight. We'll say in about 15 minutes. Yan jab the biggest so good that nagagoy match tanwan. Mateka ni ganda no dagse. Ego kcheha dayam chike. We ko gaj bin dagano ke kapang kcheha dan Elizabeth Mashaki. Ego pamina ko dak kcheha dan the Nora Adlookin. Okay, we shall be starting momentarily within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Management 37th Annual General Meeting. Today, July 29th. And I would like to take the time to introduce our new CEO, Sharon Nate. She's going to take the lead.
Okay, she started already?
Yeah.
So what do? I just open it. Okay. Bonjour, everybody. So good morning. My name is Dr. Sharon Nate. I am from the Bamatung First Nation, and I am the CEO for Matawa First Nations Management. So we are going to start with our opening prayers and traditional and opening drum. So we'll begin with our drum group, Rosebush. Okay, Miigwech Rosebush. So we'll start off with our Elder Elizabeth Mishaki for prayer, morning opening prayer. Christian prayer.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Is this on? Good morning, everybody, and I hope you had a good breakfast And I'd like to welcome everybody that's here to beautiful Ireland. And I just want to say my prayer that I always say at home. Okay, make a sign of the cross. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Amen.
Miigwech, Elder. So our next, we have Nora Adlukan, Elder Nora Adlukan with our traditional prayer.
I use my teacher's How's the examiner do? Me samina because minnan oma jibishayan jibitu kwashang jibibzint washang jene yin namakwan anin egishimnusek kakanagagon oma awat the shanchigate apjuinge gitchenandam oma mina abding I think that's the born gun maybe shanks Scott ma we got to go snow.
Thank you, Great Spirit. Touch everyone that is here today so that everything will work out fine. Creator, take care of the sick that are in the hospital with their sicknesses. And also to help us recognize the hurts that people are going through. Hueska de pangagi paskinizman van hue wakaigan. Egumiegainedman. Hue de baskinizagan gumana kebinzigameng.
To be where all good things are going to happen. Me on this things. Matt. Going up to Gnos and Gagaki to see. Get can down Gnos, just sec, chippy. Smudge. Chippy cops, so just went actually. Okay, I'm going to leave this here. I'm not going to go around. You guys are the young people. You can come and smudge when you want, if you want. We don't force anybody to smudge. One of these days I will share the idea of what smudging is. Or maybe later on today. Aha, miigwech.
I'm gonna call Rosemary first, then Chief Ganya, I think. All right, thank you, Nora, for your prayer, and Elder Elizabeth and the drum group. So we'll go into welcoming remarks. Before Chief Sonny Gagno, I'd like to ask our President, Rosemary Munoz from Matawa First Nations Management, to do her opening remarks. And then after, we'll go with Chief Gagno. So Rosemary?
Good morning, everyone. It is both an honor and a privilege to sit here before you today as the President of Matawa First Nations Management. As we gather here today, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the 9 distinct First Nations communities that make up our Tribal Council. Each of you brings unique strengths and perspective that contributes to the rich tapestry of our collective identity. As we reflect on the past fiscal year, we recognize that it has marked the end of a significant chapter in our organization with the departure of our long-standing CEO, David Paul Achinipanescum. David's leadership and dedication have left an incredible mark on our communities, and we are all grateful for his contributions. Today, we are excited to welcome our new CEO, Dr. Sharon Nate. With her extensive experience and commitment to our communities, we are confident that she will guide us toward a bright future. Under her leadership, we look forward to navigating the ongoing organizational review that is currently underway. This review is a vital process that will help us assess our strengths, identify areas for improvement, and ultimately determine the best path forward for our Matawa communities. I want to emphasize that our board operates under the direction of our chiefs, who are the true leaders of our communities. Their guidance is invaluable as we work together to ensure that the voices of our members are heard and respected throughout the whole review process. As we move forward, we eagerly anticipate the results of the organization review. It is essential that we align our strategies with the aspirations and needs of our Matawa communities. Together, we will explore the direction that our communities want to take, ensuring that we remain responsive and adaptive to the changing landscape around us. In closing, I want to express my confidence that with Dr. Sharon Nate at the helm, our communities will continue to grow and flourish. Together, we will build a future that honors our past while embracing the opportunities that lie ahead. Thank you for your continued support and commitment to our shared vision. I look forward to the discussions we will have in the next few days and the collaborative efforts that will shape our future. Miigwech.
Thank you, Rosemary. That was wonderful. Next, we have Chief Sonny Gagno, Arrowland First Nation.
Test 1, 2, yeah. It's always struggling with microphones, any meeting that I go to. Anyways, I'd like to acknowledge the drum and the prayers sang by Elizabeth and Nora. And would like to welcome all of you to Arrowland First Nation, chiefs, councillors, proxies, elders, women, youth, and all our staff that works so hard for our tribal council. So I just want to mention that we got a lot of support from our community that does a lot of work behind the scenes, so I'd like to acknowledge them also. And if there's anything that you would require, please ask, and they will accommodate you the best way they can. And again, really humbled to see so many people from different communities come together as one. And I've always been in support of being one. Be it, you're way down up in Summer Beaver, and then you go down south to Longback 77, 58, and all that. Then all the way to Constance Lake, where my buddy there, takes half of my traditional territory, but, I don't know. I will accept that for now. But again, it's a welcome, and I don't want to take too much of your time. We got lots to do, so again, if you need anything you require, and please watch out for bears. We got about 20 of them roaming around the community. I think they're outnumbering our dogs, so just be careful out there. They got to warn our Caucasian friends they like white meat, so they really don't like dark meat. So just be careful out there. Okay, so welcome all, and let's have a very productive and prosperous meeting as we move forward. Again, thanks for your presence in my community.
All right, Miigwech Sunny. So, Buju Kakina, Dr. Sharon Nate and Dijnikaz, Atik Dudem, Makoka Batan Zaiganing, Hibamatong Dunji, Aitash Dijianuki Matawa, CEO, Ugamakwe. So, Miigwech Kakina Gabija Eguma, Airland First Nation, Nungum Gagijgak. So, I want to first thank Airland First Nation and Chief Ganyo and the people of this community. I also call Airland my second home. Again, I've been coming here since I was a child. They've always welcomed my family. We hunt in this area, and they've always been, the people in the community have always been very gracious to us. And opening your homes and allowing us to host the 37th annual general meeting for Matawa First Nations. I want to acknowledge and thank each of the 9 Matawa First Nations for your presence and continued partnership. To the chiefs and your council members and the community members who have joined us today, Miigwech for being here. Each of you brings a unique perspective to the work that we do, to the needs that we strive to meet every day, and to the voices that we need to hear. As we say, the power of dignity, or the power of unity and the dignity of difference. This principle guides not only our work, but how we come together in spaces like this, to listen, to share, and to move forward together. I'd also like to recognize the Matawa Board of Directors, Matawa First Nation Education Authority Board, Rapid Links Board, KCATS, and all those who guide our support and our work, our managers, directors, program managers, and the many staff who are here this week. Your dedication to our communities is reflected in every service, in every conversation, and every step forward. This gathering will make us stronger because of our efforts. As you walk through the halls over the next few days, I encourage you to visit the booths and the vendors past the main office there. Our teams are here to share updates, answer questions, and hear directly from you. Each booth represents a part of the whole. It's a piece of the larger vision of what Matawa is. These tables are also a reflection of unity and diversity, a tangible example of how each program and voice and initiative matters. As many of you know, I've stepped into this role of CEO on April 1st of this year, and this is my first AGM coming to you as the CEO and not as the Executive Director of Education. So while this position is still new to me, my work with Matawa, especially in the area of education, has given me the privilege of seeing our organization from different perspectives. I've stood in classrooms, community meetings, and participated in strategic planning sessions. And we all have strengths and challenges, and we work well and with what needs our attention. Not everything we do has been done perfectly, but that's not a failure because it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to listen, to reflect, and to improve. And that's what leadership should be about. If we assume everything is perfect, then we are not doing the work that needs to be done at a very basic level. Growth begins with honesty, and with honesty becomes the strength to change. And I want you all to know over the next few days, we are not here to speak, we are here to listen to you. We want to hear from you, our chiefs, our staff, our elders, our youth, and our communities. Like, how do you feel the past year has gone, or even previous years? What do you want the future to look like? What do you see in achieving success for all of our Matawa members, and what does that mean for you? So we are here to deal with difficult conversations. We're open to feedback, even if it predates me. We are sitting here in this role. That doesn't mean we're pointing fingers or passing blame. It means that we're owning the responsibility to lead forward. And if you are willing to do the work, if we are willing to do the work together, that is the power, that is the power of unity. And when we embrace the dignity of our differences, we create the space to honor every voice that's here and every experience and every idea that is brought to the table. So as you're also well aware, the first draft of the Matawa review has been published, and that's a starting point. It's a tool to guide us, but the work doesn't mean it ends with one report. We will continue to listen, to adapt, and evolve. Again, the power of unity reminds us of the true progressive that is collective, and the dignity of difference reminds us to respect the diverse ways that each of our communities have. So thank you for the warm welcome that you have shown me over the past few months into this role, and I look forward to all of our conversations ahead and to building a stronger, responsive Matawa together. So miigwech. So going forward, we're going to have introductions of our chiefs and their delegates. So we'll start on my left. If you can all introduce yourselves and your role in your community. I think there's a mic there. So we'll start off on my left and we'll go around the table.
Bonjour. My name is Lawrence Leslie Adlucan. I'm from Abmatung, and I'm a Bear Clan, Digonaban. My spirit guide is a skunk. Yep, you watch out. And I'm a K-Cut board member for the last 10 years. I've seen it all. I've seen it happen. And I'm kind of glad I'm here too a little bit. A bit tired right now, but I should be able to get by. So, miigwech.
Bonjour. My name is John Shawamash, and I'm the elder of this group. My first try. And thank you all for being here. I'll be glad to listen to whatever everybody says. There you go.
Thank you. Morning. I'm Saul Adlucan. I'm the chief the Abmatung First Nation. And the next two that are going to introduce themselves, it's just to beauty up our delegation, so we brought two ladies with us. We're all rough-looking crew.
Aning Bojosi Indigenous. I'm from Wolf Clan, and yeah, I'm from Yabnatung.
Good morning. My name is Hazel Baxter. I'm one of the counselors for Abmatung First Nation.
Good morning. My name is Ronald Miswace, Matawa Board of Directors.
Good morning, Chief Allen from Constance Lake.
Well, Chair, good morning. Roger Wesley, Band Council, Constance Lake.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Traven. I represent the youth.
Good morning. Ken Negan, from Constance Lake, elder. I sit with K-Kits.
Good morning, Wache, everybody. My name is Stanley Stevens. I'm an elder from Constance Lake. I'm glad to be here again. In the old days, I used to come to all these kind of meetings. Now that I'm retired, I am unlimited to do what I used to do. Anyways, I'm glad to be here. I wish you all the best this morning. Miigwech.
Good morning. My name is Ron Wesley. I serve as the president of the K-Kids board. I've been there for the last 5 years. I just want to wish everybody a good day and have a good 3 days. Enjoy and talk to one another. Get to know other people from all the other communities. Thank you.
Rosemary Muniz, I'm the board rep for Constance Lake and also the president.
Joanne Bird, woman representative for Constance Lake First Nation.
Bonjour, Kai Magiskin, representing the airline youth.
Yeah, good morning again, Chief Sonny Gani, Ireland First Nation.
Minogisha. Ozawa Makwa Ikwe Indigenous Namayando Dem. My Canadian name is Nora at Lucan. I'm representing my community. I don't even know what. I'm still working at the school teaching our babies.
Good morning, I'm Sally Tugido from Maryland.
Good morning, I'm Eunice McGiskin from Ireland First Nations Band Council, and I also sit on the KKITS board.
Good morning, I'm Taro Gagnon, Band Council of Ireland.
Pojo Joe Baxter in the Jinicas and Dogamak Canes, so Maganin Schkoningaling and Board Director for Matawa Inc. Migoche Bijay.
Good morning, Peter Monias, my name, Board Director in Neshkanaga First Nation. Migoche Ndikitya Inumaga Bijan, I'm glad to see everybody. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Ronnie Munoz from Neshkanaga.
He's Deron Morris from Nishkandaga. And I'm Nancy Monias from Nishkandaga.
Good morning. I'm from Nishkandaga, Dorothy Sakni, KKITS Board.
Good morning. I'm Doris Monias, Nishkandaga.
My name is Bastine Schnavis from Nebenamic First Nation. I'm here for a woman representative. Biabit Tamagi. Mia.
Good morning. My name's Dylan Ishnipes, and I'm representing the youths.
Bonjour. Walter Oskinigish, Disnikas, Nebenamic First Nation.
Bonjour, good morning. My name is Edward Wabas, Elder, Nebenamic First Nation.
Good morning. My name is Richard Roundhead. I'm Ogama and also I'm a board member of KKITS. Miigwech.
Ani, bonjour, my name is Riley. I'm representing the youth of Long Lake 58 First Nation.
Good morning, everybody. Chief Judy Desmolin, Long Lake 58 First Nation. Good to be here.
My name is Tiffany.
Good morning. My name is Sarah. Reserve 58.
Good morning, Lisa Eacham, board member of Matawa for Ginigabine.
Bonjour, Dinako, Kundinisna, Wamaka, Skate Biziki, Snin, Digo, Namai Ministu time. Morning, everyone. My name is Cecil Mendoagan, representing the elders of Ginigabine First Nation. We got you.
Good morning, everybody. Wapshke, Anemki Benesequen, Indigenous, Mandigan Dondam, Ogamakwe, Ginigabine First Nation, Sherry Taylor. Nice to be here this morning.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Forte. I am the Deputy Counselor for Ginoguming, and I am a KCAT's Board of Director.
Good morning. My name is Lana Icham. I'm the Women Delegate for Ginoguming.
Good morning, bonjour. Bruce Hatchnipaleskam, Disnikas, Hogmakan, Martin Falls First Nation. Disney kind of go Mateshki, Nene, most of them. Because Kakana, Maga, So, Mike, thank you.
Good morning, Mackenzie Winjack. I'm from Martin Falls, representing the youth.
Bonjour, good morning. In Kisibine Sequential Cats, I take note as again son déjà Madewin, and I'm representing Martin Falls as an elder. How you get?
Good morning. I'm Maya Baxter from Martin Falls, representing the youth.
Yeah, bonjour, Migach. Rob Muniz, counselor for Martin Falls, and also sit on the board for Matawa. Thank you for the drum opening song, and thank you for hosting us there, Chief Gagno, and the opening remarks from Dr. Sharon Nate. Migach.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Bob Baxter, and I'm one of the counselors from Martin Falls.
Bonjour, Minugzebaya, Maria Baxter, Nijinikas. Genin Sagaban Niquid, Genin Gijnikanigo. I represent, I'm a women's rep for Martin Falls. I also sit with the KKITS Board of Directors and a council member for Martin Falls.
Good morning. My name is Glenn Wabas from Webequay. Oh, wow. I'm a newly appointed Board of Director for representing the Webequay seat.
Thank you, Glenn. My name is Cornelius Wabas, Chief Webequay First Nation. Glad to be here.
Good morning. George White, Webequay First Nation. Bye.
All right, miigwech everyone for your introductions. So now I'd like to introduce our chairperson and co-chair for the week. So this gentleman beside me is Mr. Gideon Winters. He's from Kingfisher Lake. And our co-chair for the week is Anne-Marie McGiskin from Arrowland. So I'll pass it over to Gideon, who is going to take us through the agenda and through the rest of the week. Sorry, I'm new to this too. I'm supposed to pass or do a call of motion here. Where is it? Tab number 3. Okay. Okay, turn to your tab 3 in your binder. That's acceptance of the chairperson and co-chairperson. So resolution 2025 number 01, be it resolved that the delegates of the 37th annual general meeting of Matawa First Nations Management hereby recognize and accepts Gideon Winters, I called you Winter, sorry, Winters as the chairperson and Anne-Marie McGiskin as the co-chairperson for the 37th annual general meeting for July 29, 30, and 31, 2025. Moved by Chief Saul Adlukin from Ibamatung, seconded by Chief Sonny Gagno from Arrowland First Nations. Any oppositions? Any abstentions? Then what do I say after that? All in favor? All right, motion carried. Miigwech. And I'll hand it over to Mr. Winters.
All right. Thank you very much, Sharon Nate. My name is Gideon Winter. I am your chair again this week. I'm originally from Kingfisher Lake. I'm a member of Webequay First Nation as of a few months. We're going to go through the acceptance of the voting members. A resolution is required there. On tab 3. On tab 3, resolutions 2025. Number 2, Acceptance of the appointed corporate members. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 37th Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nations Management hereby recognize and accept the appointed Board of Directors and the corporate members of the Matawa First Nations Management for the 2025-2026 membership are as follows. Aeroland, Board of Directors Joseph Baxter, corporate member Chad Kashkish, Constance Lake, Rosemary Munoz, Chief Allen, Apmatung, Ronald Misowes, Chief Solomon Atlukan, Gunagaming, Lisa Eachin, Chief Sherry Taylor, Martin Falls, Robert Munoz, Chief Bruce Achniskam, Nishkandaga, Peter Munoz, Chief Gary Quizis, Nebenemic, Walter Alskanigish, Okamakan Michael Sugarhead, Webakwe, Glenn Wabas, Chief Cornelius Wabas. Moved by. Chief Sherry Taylor. Seconded by. Chief Rick Allen. Are there any oppositions? Any abstentions? All in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you very much. We now move forth to the review and acceptance of the agenda. I'm going to go through the first day of this agenda, day one. At 8 o'clock, we were provided breakfast. At 8:30, we had registration. At 9 o'clock, we had the opening prayers, Christian, traditional, and opening drum. At 9:20, we had the opening remarks, Sonia Gagnon and Rosemary Munoz, introducing the chair and co-chair, acceptance of voting members, review and acceptance of the agenda, review acceptance of the 2024 draft minutes. Resolutions will be required there. 10:30, we'll have a health break. 10:45, Aeroland First Nations presentations by Chief Gagnon. At 11:15, financial reports from Achieving the Dreams Through Education, Gathering of Rivers, or Rivers, Matawa First Nations Property, Matawa Health Cooperative, Matawa Nonprofit Housing Cooperation, Matawa Training and Wellness Facility. Resolutions will be required there. And at 11:30, or anytime after 11:30, Honorable Minister Greg Rickford will be here. He will take over. It may take an hour or two, but lunch may be delayed. At 1 o'clock, KCATS will have their presentations with remarks from Ron Wesley, President, David Nikan, Executive Director. They'll do their financial reports. At 1:30, we'll have the Matawa review Makwate report. And the resolutions will be required there. At 4 o'clock, we'll have a health break. At 4:15, Matawa next annual general meeting, which will be held in Matawa First Nations, July 28th. Martin Falls, July 28th, 29th, 30 of 2026. The closing drum will be required there. After the meeting, Matawa First Nations members Board of Director meeting to follow immediately after the adjournment of the meeting for the elections for officers. A resolution is required here. Resolutions 2025, number 3, acceptance of the 37th Annual General Meeting corporate agenda. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 37th Annual General Meeting of the Matawa First Nations Management hereby accept the corporate agenda as presented for the Annual General Meeting of the Matawa First Nations Management. Moved by. Moved by Chad Kashkas. Seconded by Chief Rick Allen. No.
That's
Councillor Rob Muniz. Any oppositions? Any abstentions? All in favor? Motion carried. Review and acceptance of the 2024 draft minutes. A resolutions is required there. It's still on tab 3. Resolution 2025, number 4, acceptance of the 2024 Annual General Meeting minutes. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 37th Annual General Meeting of the Matawa First Nations Management hereby accept in principle the 2024 Annual General Meeting minutes as presented. Moved by. Chief Cornelius Wabas. Seconded by Chief Rick Allen. Any oppositions? Any abstentions? I got an opposition, Chief Saul? Not an opposition, oh, just a comment.
Just a quick comment on a few things. One thing is, can the agenda be distributed to all the delegation? Because they keep looking over my shoulders, and we're not that close. So, if that could be done, so they can follow along. And the other is, in regards to the agenda, can that be distributed for next year's annual, at least a month, 2 months, so we can have a look at it? I just received it this morning. So, if that a suggestion.
So anybody that registered at that back corner there will have a binder. So if you didn't register, you can probably go find a copy there. So all in favor? Yeah, all in favor. Motion carried. We will now have, let's say, according Sunny Ganyol. We're going to move forward. We're going to go do the presentation from Chief Sunny Ganyol, Aroland First Nation.
Bring down Mike, because I'm council, I'm going to go with them.
Okay.
Yeah, so bring down Mike.
Can I request a little time, or we're a little ahead of our schedule here, and my presentation to the people are not here quite yet. So can we suggest a little, go into the health break and then following after that? Thank you.
We will go for a health break. We will reconvene in 15 minutes. 10:15, 10:15.
Yeah.
So achina desire gade achina takapchina one. Nyanja the biggest is that common. That's Stokishde. There's water there. The coffee will be at the breakfast area where we're going to be served meals. That's where the coffee is, but there's water by that door there. Washrooms are down the hall. And we will reconvene in 10:15, 10:15. With the presentations from the host community, the host Chief Kenyal, 10:15. If you don't have an agenda, go to that back corner over there by the stage. There's a separate room there. Naskamuk. If you don't have the agenda with you, if you're delegates, Vivian has copies over there. So go get the agenda. The chiefs are given a binder. So if you're a delegate representing your community, go get an agenda there, back there. Once again, if you didn't get an agenda, you might need one just to follow along. So it's over at that back corner there by the stage. There's a separate room there, not towards the hallway. Back corner. And there's water at that back corner as well at the other end. If you need water, there's some water bottles there. There's juice there too. And sip nibe, if you need water. If you're sitting around the table, go get an agenda if you don't have one. It's by that back corner over there. When we reconvene at 10:15, the First Nation host community will take over the mic, the platform. They will be doing some presentations to their fellow community members and council. There'll be snacks throughout the day, so there might be snacks over there. Where the breakfast was. But there'll be a band here later this evening. Chris Cranky Band, there'll be a country rock group, bar music kind of. I believe it's at the 10th. Yeah. But there's also registrations if you want to go fishing today, and there'll be baseball tomorrow. So if you want to go fishing, I'll try to find out who you register with. But they usually would say they would take off at 7 o'clock this evening. Or if you just want to go out on a boat, it'll be 7 o'clock. I'll find the registration contact info as we go by the day. Again, if you didn't have an agenda just to follow along what's coming, and go get it. It's at the back corner over there.
I just wanted to do an introduction on this presentation that we are going to do for Airland First Nation. It's been a while that we had in our talks, in our chief and council meetings, that we wanted to honor our former chiefs, past chiefs, and our two Mashaki cases that went to court. So today we are doing this presentation to the Mashaki, two Mashaki cases that went to court for the cabin and the hunting in a different treaty area. So right now, I wanted to call up the Airland First Nation Council to the front, please. All right. The first presentation that we're going to do is to our current chief, Sonny Ganyu. We didn't tell him that we were going to give him a plaque and a gift at this AGM, and because yesterday we were talking and he says, well, am I getting anything? And I told him no. So I wanted this to be a surprise for him because we want to acknowledge him and what do you call, give him this plaque.
$1 million he's going to give me.
Hey! So this is to Chief Sonny. Yeah, Chief Sonny and that photo. And that's his painting. No camera? Yeah, and that's from the community of Airland. Can you take a picture? Huh? Can you take a picture of it? Wait. Oh. Or somebody? So there we go. Our presentation to our Chief Sonny. All right, so I will hand the microphone over to our chief. You can talk now.
Yeah, thank you, my council and the community. Yeah, we'd like to do others that were former chiefs, how Airland came into existence. So we'd like to do a presentation to the former chiefs. I don't know. I get Sally to come up and accept on behalf of Sam Kashkish. He worked very hard to get to where Airland is today. So if Sally can come up. It's Sally Tudo, wife of former Chief Sam.
Thank you, me question.
Okay, next one. Okay, this one hits my heart lots because this guy was my mentor. He's supposed to be my uncle, but he's like a brother to me. And he taught me pretty well what it takes to be a leader in the community. And he was a strong, very strong leader. And he passed away a few years back. So we're going to recognize him, in spirit today. And I'm sure he's watching from up above. And this one goes to Chief William McGiskin. And like I said, he was very instrumental in getting the Airland Reserve status. He was part of the six-pack negotiations. I have a story to tell when Airland asked for, I think, about 1,000 square miles, up to 10,000 square miles of land. So he was up in Toronto negotiating, and I was on council with my brother Ernie. Willie phones us and says, I'm sitting in front of Ontario. They're offering us 98 square miles. Can you, muster up the community and have a meeting and see what the community says of accepting 98 square miles? And at that time, the community said they wanted houses, they wanted infrastructure, and they said, okay, we'll take the 98 square miles, but leave that land claim as is, leave it open for further, for further clients. When they grew up, they wanted their oil lands bigger. So look out, Constance Lake, Fort Hope, and all that. We'll be your next door neighbors soon. So with that, I'm going to present this to his daughter, Anna Marie. This is on behalf of former Chief William McGiskin. Willie, thank you. Yeah. Next one. Okay, that looks like my gloves now. The next one is Dorothy Toledo. She really did a lot of work for our community and to make it what it is today. And really proud of the work she did. And when she her last term, when she bowed out, I told her, "You did a good job. Now I'll take over from where she left off." So she's on her way up here. So I really, again, really appreciate what she has done. Instead of me talking about her, she's in front of me. I'd like her to say a few words. If she can muster up a few words. Thank you.
Miigwech nge ichinenda no maganin hini boyan to accept this award here. It's very touching and an honor to receive it for the years I've served my community. 8 years, the stuff they put me through. But we have a good community, and we always wish each other, whoever gets on next term and all that. Like, I always wish the best for my chief and my council here. So with that, just like to say thank you. And I know how it is, like you chiefs and councilors, leadership sitting here, community members, the things that your community go through, the hardships. It's hard, but, we're strong people. Okay, miigwech.
Thanks, Chief Dorothy. Who's that? Okay. Yeah, okay, this one is, again, I'm going to just go with a little bit of history on our next presentation. He has traditional lands up in Agoki Lake, and at the time, he was building a cabin. And the ministry put a stop work order on them because, they were Well, the province thought they were done on their traditional territory, or they weren't supposed to build anything. So the matter went up to court, and I think on the 2015, the lower courts, were in favor. You know how the Crown is. They appealed it, but the Crown just dropped their appeal, and they said that they have that right to go to their traditional pursuits of building in their land in what they call their territory. So with that, I'd like to recognize Howard and Elsie. You come up, please, and accept our small token of appreciation. And the court that they went to set precedents that anybody in this territory, in your territory, can build wherever you please. So with that, I really thank what they did. I may believe. Get her, get that girl to take a picture. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Howard and Elsie Mashaki.
Miigwech and Dinak Chief and Council, I mean Xiangwe. It was a long 8 years to fight this court case, but we did it.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, especially to the chief and the councilors, whoever was involved. Thanks a million. Keep up the good work. Thanks.
Okay, the next one up, again, it's another Howard Mashaki, but this is the junior. Little history on Junior's part was that he I guess, married into Lac Sioux, and he was charged with hunting out of his jurisdiction. And again, he went to court. The justice of the, I don't know what they call them, but these are lower guys. They acquitted him, but the Crown, again, being the money loaded with money, they appealed it, and the appeal courts overturned the Justice of the Peace decision when they acquitted Howard Jr. And, persistent as Howard is with his traditional rights, he appealed the decisions to a higher level of court. And then the court gave him the original decision of he had that right to hunt, for his sustenance and practice his, his traditional ways of, keeping his family alive. So that's just a brief history. It's out there I Googled all this yesterday because I had to do something to trying to refresh my memory of how he fought his case. So it's out there. It's Regina versus Mashaki. Both of them. One is called Majaki, M-A-J-A-K-I. The other one is Mashaki. So with that, we'd like to present this to Howard Jr. This plaque in appreciation for what you did for our people, not just our land, but the whole territory of Anishinaabe-Aski. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Howard and his wife, Jean. It's, you want to say a few words?
Sure. I'll give you a little bit. I'll give a little bit of history. He just said 10 words or less. He should know me by now. Thank you, everyone, for this award. And I actually didn't know about this until Thursday. And I'm very honored to receive this award in recognition. And the story behind the whole court case, like Sonny said, when I first moved to Sioux Lookout in '95, I was charged for hunting out of my jurisdiction. And in 2005, it went to the Ontario Appeals Court of Ontario, and it was ruled that any First Nation person can shelter under their spouse as long as their spouse is First Nation. So that's the precedence that we set. And the whole story behind it was because of our son. And tragically, he was taken from us in 2019. And it's hard for me to go out hunting now. And I miss him. And that was the whole reason why I did what I did, was to give him that inherent right that any First Nation person deserves, which is to live off the land. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your time. It's that, we wanted to recognize them in an event where, what they did impacted all the communities, surrounding communities. So with that, I thank you. That's mine. The last one goes to myself now.
Okay, we're back to the meeting. Gideon.
Thank you very much, Chief Gagnon, and your council members and your First Nations recipients of the awards, recognizing them. We shall move forth with the agenda with the financial reports. I would like to call upon James Gaskin, Thomas Gilus, MNEP Blair Smith for the presentations year ending March 31st, 2024. You can come up to the front here. And they'll be followed by the departments such as Achieving Our Dreams, Gathering of Rivers, Four Rivers, Matawa First Nations Property, Matawa Health Cooperative, Matawa Nonprofit Housing Corporation, Matawa Training and Wellness.
Okay,
They will
so,
be doing.
so going into the financial reports, they're going to be for 2024 and 2025. So we have, like Gideon said, we have James Gascon, Thomas Kellos, and we have from MNP Blair Smith. So those of you who know or who may not know, Neil Miller, our finance manager, who's usually presenting the financial reports, is no longer with Matawa First Nations. He left Matawa in June, so we have Thomas and James here, these two gentlemen that have been taking over his work, and they've been seeing the audits through. So we'll hand it over to you.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. First of all, thank you to the chiefs and respected board members for having us here today to present. We offer as much information as we can provide to you today, and we hope it will be informative to you. Okay. We will start with. Yeah, we need. Sorry? Where's the slides? Oh, this is working. Can you pull up the slides, please? Slides, please. You coming up? Oh. Thank you. Yep. Does it work? Yep. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. All right. First, a quick overview of the program. The Finance Department is responsible for providing all the services for the chiefs, the board of directors, CEO, managers. This includes not just the financial reporting and monthly, quarterly, and annual compliance reporting, but as well as just the general maintenance for all of the entities that are under the Tribal Council umbrella. As well as reception services are provided at the Court Street Management Matawa First Nation building. We also have oversight of the Training and Wellness building over on Algoma. We assist with payroll and bookkeeping services for the entities, and we also work very closely with each of the executive directors of the programs and department managers to ensure their programs are met and that the reporting is completed. These are some of the departments that and organizations we work with. We have the Matawa First Nation Management, we have the nonprofit housing, Four Rivers, the environmental group, Rapid Links is the current broadband project. Yeah, okay. So anyway, we good? What? Okay, okay. Yeah, so a closer quick run over of those is the fact that we wanted to make sure that we got the proper information this year. I'm not sure if you've seen this before. This is the actual, it's great to give the names, but this is the actual structure of Matawa as a whole. We will be seeing in this breakout Matawa First Nation management statements and the KCAT statements presented separately. But within each of them, we have our various programs. Within Matawa First Nation Management, the Tribal Council, we have multiple charitable organizations, nonprofit organizations, as well as for-profit organizations, each which have their own distinct reporting, compliance, and tax considerations that are provided. Each of these provide various services to each of the First Nations groups. Within that, we also have some certain projects. I'll let Thomas take on.
Hey, I'm Thomas. Just a quick introduction. Thank you for Aeroland for hosting. Thank you for Chief and Council and the elders for being here. Thank you to the Board of Directors. So the first project that we have going at the moment is the broadband project, as I'm sure a lot of you are aware of. As of March 31st, we got it to 60% completion, the backbone. Currently, it's almost at 75% or at 75%. We had some costs that came up during the year due to contractor changes and some work stoppages. Currently, we are in the process of finding operational funding. Oh, sorry, I guess I can do that. First time at the AGM, if you couldn't tell.
Yeah, it's a training and wellness center. We're happy to see that this has actually reached completion of the internal work on the project. We were able to obtain $20 million in funding this year between the CIB and our local bank to complete, at least have the funding to complete the project. Final phase is expected throughout this year, and we hope to finalize late in 2026.
And now a quick two before we go to the fund numbers. We have the women's shelter with the contract signed in 2025. Work is expected to finish in fall of 2026. Bertrand Court, which is adjacent to the Training and Wellness Center, is currently underway. This will provide us with more housing opportunities as well as maybe branching off of training and wellness programs. Now the fun stuff.
Yeah, so this is for information purposes, and please accept this as information, not as an excuse. This is just to try to explain why we're only presenting the 2024 this year. 2025 is in progress and will be completed as soon as possible, but hopefully this will help. So a lot of the issues we've been facing over the last couple of years, and everyone in this room is aware we were a little slow on getting the final reports to you. They stem originally from COVID, and some issues arose in 2022 and 23. Obviously with COVID, there were a number of absences, we had staff shortages, and certain COVID protocols required absence from work, which obviously created its own challenges to complete things. Throughout 2023, as a result of that, we also had other issues that came up, and we'll deal with them shortly. But in short, you can see that 2023 extended well into the 2024 period, and we ended up with the OB means the opening balances for 24, which are actually the closing balances from 23. So what happened is, when you get those balances that late, we have to go back and make sure we clean up the numbers so that the 2024 had the proper start and end, and that's what we've been catching up on. Hopefully what this chart will show you is we have been backing that date up quite a bit. We have been putting stuff in place with both personnel as well as operational and system changes to try to speed that up. So going into 2025, we did get the opening balances a little earlier, but not quite early enough to meet this AGM. We have 7 out of 9 entities audited or completed at this time, or substantially completed. We have 2 that are in progress that are still waiting finalization. We have testing that will be ongoing. So we do hope to finish those after. And then what we hope for 2026 is that we have already coordinated with our auditors to come in earlier towards the end of this year to permit us to get the work done a little bit sooner, and therefore speed up the reporting for next year, so we will be able to meet the July deadline. Okay. So some of the other issues that we mentioned, we also had a new accounting system come in during the shortages. Unfortunately, we had both our payroll systems and our accounting systems changing over, as well as staff shortages caused some of those delays. We've had legal and accounting developments that have resulted in some additional work from the auditors. So that has pushed some of those timelines in 23, 24, and even currently. So what we have done is we've focused on our system reporting, automation of reports, to try to get these reconciliations and stuff out the door faster. We are working to get the consolidation done, and we do hope 26 will be more improved. At this time, we'll turn the mic over to Blair Smith from MNP to report on the 2024 management financial statements.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you, James, and thank you very much for having us. Again, my name is Blair Smith, partner with MNP, we're the auditors for Matawa. So I believe in tab 5 of your binder is the consolidated financial statement for the year ended March 31st, 2024. So just in terms of some of the highlights, as I say, they are the consolidated financial statements, so they include the operations of all the various Matawa organizations. There are individual statements that are done for each of the entities, but for this presentation, these are consolidated, which means all the entities combined into one. In terms of from an audit perspective, the auditors really primarily are responsible for the auditor's report within the financial statements. So you'll see on the, I guess, 3rd and 4th pages in that statement is our auditor's report. I won't go through it all in detail, but essentially what this is saying is issuing what we would call a clean audit opinion, which means that we were satisfied that the financial statements were correct in all material respects. So that's important, certainly important for the auditors and important for this group to know. Up on the screen, what you'll see there is a summary of what's called the Consolidated Statement of Financial Position, which, well, I guess it's marked as page 1 on the statement, but it's about 5 pages into the statement on in your binder. So what you'll see here is a breakdown of the assets, liabilities, and equity of the organization. So overall, for the year ended March 31st, 2024, what you'll see there is you had about $43.8 million of cash and other current assets, which essentially means assets that we would expect to be turned into cash within the 12 months. So that would include accounts receivable, due from funders, and so on. The second part of the assets is the capital assets. So that's your land, your buildings, equipment, and all that. And what you'll see there is significant growth in terms of the capital assets. So it's up to 138 million, up from 109. And I think one thing, full marks to the organization. Matawa has grown significantly over the last few years, and you can certainly see this as you go through the financial statements, both from a revenue and a total asset perspective. So, when James talked about some of the challenges, I'd say the one other piece I would just note is as you've grown so significantly, as with any growth, there are challenges in managing through that. And I think the organization is moving to address all of that and make sure it's set up well for the future. The offsetting the assets always have to equal liabilities and equity. In terms of liabilities, what you'll see there is accounts payable and debt, long-term debt of about $37 million. Again, as the organization grows, we would expect to see liabilities and debt growing as well, because as you manage through that expenditure of growth. I think the other major liability that you'll see there is deferred revenue, the $22,016,000. So deferred revenue is essentially money from funders that you're allowed to carry forward, but for which you have not yet completed the provision of services or activities that relate to that. So, deferred revenue is nice in one respect in that it gives you cash. On the other side, you just have to always remember and manage through that we still need to deliver services as it relates to that. Deferred capital contributions on there, $118 million. What that is essentially funders who provided monies for the purchase of capital assets. So a lot of that relates to the Matawa training and wellness. And again, you can see, that grew by almost the same amount as the capital assets during the year of about $34 million. So what happens with the deferred capital contributions, that will essentially be written off in conjunction with the capital assets. So, really there's no future liability from the perspective of the funders. You build the facilities and then amortize those over time. But from an accounting perspective, those two get written off in conjunction. And then the last item there, just in terms of total equity, so that is what you might call retained earnings or the net assets that the organization itself has of about $4.8 million. So if we go to the next page, which is your statement of operations or your income statement, again on the screen you can see a bit of a summary of it all. Contributions are essentially your revenues, so from funders and various sources. And actually on note 18 to those financial statements, you'll actually see a breakdown of the various funders. I won't go through them all, but full marks to the organization. There's a significant number of funders that are being tapped into for various programs and capital. So that's quite impressive. So almost $115.7 million in terms of revenue. Deferred revenue, so I'm not sure if you'll recall, but deferred revenue actually on the previous page went down about $3 million from the prior year. So that's money again that was received in fiscal 23 that we delivered the services for in 24, and thus our deferred revenue went down. And then allocation to deferred capital, again, that's the monies that funders provided towards the development and of the capital assets, again, primarily being training and wellness. So total revenues for the year, $83 million, again, significantly up from the prior year. And, again, full marks, the organization has been growing in leaps and bounds. And if you went back, 2 or 3 years, even beyond this, you'd see how much it's grown. So that's great. Operating expenses, about $84 million. So that's, a variety of things. Again, you'll see that on the statement of operations. That includes everything from, salaries, rents, professional development, travel, student allowances, and so on. So $84 million in expenditures. And then amortization, so you write off your capital assets over their useful life. That was about 1.4 million. Now, one thing I would just note in terms of the amortization, but the Training and Wellness Center is not yet being amortized in these financial statements, as it was still under construction at the end of March of 2024. Overall, leaving a deficit for the year of about 2.5 million. So, what you'll see there, again, from an audit perspective, we were able to satisfy ourselves as to the balances. The financial statements, they're quite lengthy. I think it's 21 pages, 20 or 21 pages. So there's a variety of notes in there. I wouldn't propose to go through them all. I think the guest is going to be here shortly. So certainly happy to answer any questions on that.
Anyone have any questions? Oh, we got one there. It's on.
Hello. Yes, Ron Messelways, Matawa First Nation board member. I just have a question here regarding our equity. 2023-24, our equity went down. Can you tell me why from 7.3 million to 4.8?
Okay. Well, I'll actually start with this slide. So what you can see is that in 2024, we actually had a small loss of the 2.5 million. So what that does is that actually draws down the equity. So you'll see once we subtract that amount off the 7.3, it came down to the 4.8.
In a previous presentation of our financial statements at a board meeting, we had one of our programs had identified a deficit. Has that been taken into consideration as far as our revenues and deficits are concerned? This is with respect to a board of directors meeting that was held about a month and a half ago.
Yes, I believe last year the preliminary drafts we reported were a significantly larger loss, and we have taken a look at some of that and adjusted accordingly. There were some amounts that had been deferred that should have been recognized, so they went through. The provision for the entity that you're referring to has been made within these statements.
Thank you.
We got one there. Mike?
Would that be in recognition for the loss that my cohort here is talking about? Does that represent this fiscal year here of 2024 or the fiscal year of 2025?
The loss was recognized in 2024.
Okay, all right. So as the date of March 31st, we're over here, we're 2.5 million in over expenditures in our expenses to our revenue. So, but I guess these deferred revenues that are marked here, they're going to be carried over. So we could, it tells me that we ran in the red as at the end of 31st.
For 2024, we do have a negative loss, and that is primarily because of provisions that were made for certain amounts that may not be collectible.
Okay.
So we're not necessarily that we have them in a receivable, they just haven't been received yet, and we're not sure. So with regards to that, we put the provision through, which is what's putting us there. So it's not necessarily a cash loss at this point, it is more of a provisional loss.
Okay, all right, thanks for clarifying that. And then also in the tangible assets you were talking about here, like we have a loan of $20 million here for that, the Matawa Health Center there that we're having. Is there going to be enough revenue generated to offset this loan in the long term for the people that are going to be paying the rent for that?
Yes, and we'll take a closer look at the 2025 training and wellness shortly.
Okay.
We're just going to quickly give an overview of the 7 entities we have completed. But at present, the contracts that were specified were based on forecasted costs for the operation and a more or less a break-even position. So as long as we can make the rents that have been discussed amongst the groups, we should be fine.
Okay, all right, me good.
Anyone else with any questions? If you do, introduce yourself.
Okay, so we're going to quickly jump over to the statements which are pretty much completed for 2025. The Achieving the Dream, which is our charity for the education. This is an internally prepared statement, so the auditors will not be reporting on this directly, but it is rolled into the consolidated financial statements. You will see from the reported numbers, there's not a significant change year over year. This is primarily from donations and some fundraising activities, golf charities and stuff that have gone through. On the expense side, it's primarily the costs are related to the fundraising activities, as well as whatever residual monies are left over are typically donated through grants to the children's and for their education purposes. So typically running very close to a break-even point in that operation. On the Gathering of Rivers for community care, also very similar. Cash is down. This is due to we'll see the inter-entity balances have gone up, so the money is just being held externally to this organization. And liabilities have also gone down, which has used some of the cash up. On the expense side, we have a major large project which the Four Rivers Environmental Group is performing on behalf of the Gathering of Rivers. It is for the MasterCard program. It's the Guardian program that they're currently running. So you'll notice that the deferred revenue is primarily related to that program. The rest of the revenue is the fundraising activities that have come through, as well as the operating expenses are also fundraising. So a net of about $20,000 overall. Similar in weight. Okay, the Four Rivers Group. This is our environmental group. Very similar from time to time. Assets have only decreased because of the amount of depreciation we've taken in the current year. And we have noticed a drop in equity as we've recognized a bit of revenue this year. As you can see, the contributions are slightly up. We've had a couple extra programs that have come to fruition in the current year. Operating expenses have been able to be controlled down, and overall amortization up because we've recognized the first full year of amortization on some assets that were purchased last year. But overall still in a positive position.
So on to Matawa First Nations property. Really there's been no change on the balance sheet side. Cash was down, but we had some major repairs that need to be done on the office buildings, which you will see on the expense side as it gone up. This is the main reason we had a loss in this corporation. Matawa Health Cooperative. So this audit is currently in the testing stage and is close to done but not final, so all these numbers are subject to change. Nothing to note on the balance sheet side. They're currently in a surplus on the statement of operations side, but again, these numbers are subject to change. Matawa Nonprofit Housing Corp. This is similar to property in the way that cash went down. We had quite a few turnovers this year in tenants. So when a tenant turns over, you have to renovate the actual unit. So our expenses went up. Again, still in a surplus, so nothing to really worry about there. Back to James already.
And the final one that we'll be looking at is the Training and Wellness Center. As I said, this one, we've just finished the construction on the internal side of the building, and it is fully occupied now by the four tenants that we have in there. So overall, you'll see the major changes are with regards to the increase in the capital assets. There was a good $13–14 million in additions in 2024-25. There is still some funding remaining. You'll see that the debt has gone up. That is the availability of what has been drawn against the $20 million. So we still have $6 million available to us to complete the construction. And we expect that to be done in the next few months. Yeah, tail end of this year? Yeah, overall, I will draw your attention. It does show that there is a positive equity, and that comes from here. Rental revenue, now that we've got the tenants in place, we are generating revenue. Not everybody was in there for the full year, so that does not represent a full year's income. The operating expenses, obviously there's overhead, cleaning, operations, security costs that are incurred. When the building does become fully operational, which we expect in the current year, we'll start checking the amortization, which will draw down the income. So at the moment, even though we are showing a surplus, that will likely be more break-even towards the end of the 2025-26 operation period. Okay. And with that, we'll open the floor to any other questions that may arise.
For the record, can you tell our public here who the four tenants are for this building?
Okay. Sorry. Easier to throw it up there. So our four tenants are our own Matawa Health Cooperative. We have KKETS on the 3rd floor, Health Cooperative on the 2nd floor, and Awashishi is on the 1st floor. We also have AETS, Anishinaabe Employment and Training Services, that have taken over the south wing, about 5,000 square feet of the building, which was not required by any of the entities at the time that it was rented to them. Okay. We do have a couple extra spaces that are nearing the final completion, which we are also in discussions with education for some potential spots there, and as well as the other tenants that are currently in the building.
If there are any questions, you may introduce yourself.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the financial reports year ending 2024, year ending 2025. Resolutions are required for both years. If you can go to tab 3. Just for 2024. Resolutions 2025. Number 5, acceptance of the auditor's report for Matawa First Nations management. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 37th Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nations Management hereby accepts and approves the auditor's report for Matawa First Nations Management Consolidated financial statements as at March 31st, 2024, as prepared and presented by MNP LLP. Can I get a mover? Chief Bruce. A question?
Question.
Yeah.
I'm not moving this, sorry. I think I just wanted to make a comment there. Question first is these
unfinished reports, I noticed that they're not in this binder. Will they be sent to us?
The 2025 numbers you're referring to?
No, the reports for the other departments. If you back up the
Yes,
slides.
yeah, those are 2025. Yeah, those will be presented when finals are available, as well with the consolidation.
Okay.
So yeah, we're awaiting certain approvals and audit completion. So rather than providing incompleted data, we'll provide a full package with everything.
Okay, so the resolution will clarify that, because I don't know if you're clarifying that in the resolution.
Yeah, no, the resolution that's currently in the binder refers only to the 2024, which was delayed from last year. So we want to finalize that one, get it off the books, and then we'll provide the 2025, unfortunately, as soon as we can. So we just want to make sure we gave as much information as we could at this meeting.
So your fiscal year ends the March 31st. You're talking like 2 years, and your fiscal year ends March 2025.
Correct.
So what you're saying is you have incomplete reports for 24-25?
The 2024 is now completed. That was the delay that we had with some subsequent event reports that had come up. So that's what we presented today, was the 2024 results. The 2025, we will only have 7 out of the 9 entities fully completed or substantially completed. There's 1 or 2 that are still in final stages. Once those are completed, we will have official 25 consolidated. Unfortunately, we cannot prepare consolidated statements until all the entities have been completed and approved.
Yeah, I understand that, but is that fiscal year from April to March? Is that a fiscal year, the fiscal year?
Yes, correct. 2024 was
You're talking like you're a business, like you're talking from January to December.
No, this is from April 1st, 23 to March 24 is the statements that were presented. And then April 1st to March 25 are the ones that we're just finalizing now.
Okay, so kind of confusing on your presentation there. What year is what year? I'm just saying that you're talking, these reports are 2024, ending March 2024. And I didn't see like the education, where's the education financial report for 20?
The education is consolidated inside the management, Matawa First Nation Management Group. So that set of statements is currently in progress. And that the education component will be inside of there.
Okay, so that's not very, I don't think that would be very transparent for the education. You don't have no reports for the detailed reports on an audit that, you should have detailed reports on the education.
Education.
You're saying it's consolidated.
And maybe I'll just make sure there's no confusion. So when we're talking the Achieving the Dream, that is a separate corporate entity. That is just the charity organization for the education department. Education itself, the MECC and the related group is within the management, Matawa First Nation Management Corporation entity, which is reported as a whole.
Yeah, okay. So are we privy to the details of what happened in education? I mean,
Yeah, if you require, we can have departmental breakout prepared.
Yeah, but shouldn't it be included in this report?
Not at this time.
Not at this moment, so you're saying it's not included in the report, so you're just giving us a consolidated report of everything, just in one report. There's no details of nothing. It's not transparency to me.
What's your question, sorry?
I'm saying that there's no report on education. You give me a consolidated report of Matawa. Included in there is Matawa education programs.
So you want a detailed report on Matawa education?
Shouldn't that be provided on
I
an
think
audit?
the audits are usually just consolidated. They've been always presented like that every year. So this one here wasn't ready last year at the AGM, the 2024 audit. So they're just, Bayesh finished it this year, and that's what they just presented was the 2024 one. And then the 2025 one is not ready yet because they only did 7 programs out of the 9. Yeah, so once that's done, that will be presented to the chiefs and the board for approval. So I guess that will happen after the AGM. And then if you request detailed accounts on certain departments, we could provide that, you know, to the chiefs and the board. But these are the consolidated ones, like the overall
Yeah, I understand.
audit, yeah, like that. So what you're requesting is you want to see Matawa education detailed audit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like to see them in the reports, like presented to here at the AGM.
Okay. That's good.
Thank you, Chief Bruce. You can turn your mic off. We're going to do the resolution 2025, number 5 on tab 3. Resolution 2025, number 5. Acceptance of the auditor's report for Matawa First Nations Management. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 37th Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nations Management hereby accepts and approves the auditor's report for the Matawa First Nations Management consolidated financial statements as at March 31st, 2024. March 31st, 2024, as prepared and presented by MNP LLP. Can I get a mover, please? Chief Allen. A seconder, please. Chief Sherry Taylor. Are there any abstentions? Oppositions? Any abstentions? Chief Bruce?
I'm going to abstain from this resolution.
Chief Bruce abstained? All in favor? Motion carried. Thank you very much. As noted earlier, Mr. Rickford and his group is here. They're going to come up here and do their presentations. It might be an hour or 2. So lunch will be delayed a little bit. So we want to welcome Mr. Rickford and his crew to come up to the front, please. Snacks are available throughout the day, so you might have a few minutes if you want to go grab a cup of coffee or tea or a drink of water. It's just right there by that corner. Mr. Rickford, they're coming up to the front now, so there'll be an hour or two. You'll follow it along here. We'll all move. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome Mr. Wickford, our minister. He will do a presentations, and if you have any questions at the end, he'll be more than happy to do so.
So it's 11:30 now. But we were told. Oh, okay. I'm in the okay. You have what's right? Okay. Oh, I'm over. Okay. Can you just give me about 3 or 4 minutes? Maybe just tell folks. Say, just give me a couple minutes to get my.
While he's getting organized, he needs a couple minutes. If you have, I was asked if there's any earphones, if there's anybody that has hearing issues. There's headsets over there that you can have both in English and translations. They're in the back there by Fred Jacobs' booth. So if you have any hearing problems that you don't hear properly, you can go grab a headset there. It's both in English and translation by Fred Jacobs' table. Either channel 3 or 5, I believe. And there's water there by that corner. So if you're a little bit of hearing impaired, you can go get a headset. They're both in English and translation in Ojibwe, I think. So channels 3 and 5. One of them is for English and one of them is for the translation. They're in that corner by Fred Jacobs' booth. There'll be announcements for activities when we break for lunch. Mr. Wickford is given the table to do his presentations for as long as he can. We'll have an agenda to follow this afternoon. But for now, it'll be his table, this platform.
Yeah, it doesn't take that long. Get your checks in order there, great.
Okay, without further ado, Mr. Wickford there, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you, folks. Ane bonjour, Greg Rickford, Indigenous Cause. It's great to be here in Arrowland First Nation, and I want to honor, obviously, the elders and the drum as they preside over our discussion here today. Honestly, folks, I have some prepared remarks, but I also have some discussion points that are to specific communities. And so it strikes me at this plenary function, if you would like, I'm happy to take questions from specific communities and leadership. But a big hello to everyone, and I want to thank you for having me at this important meeting. There are, for the purposes of the Ontario government, a couple of key pieces that I'd like to just highlight quickly, and then talk about a few more technical points coming on the horizon. As many of you know, we have been working with communities as groups and individually in certain cases to ensure that from the Trans-Canada Highway and further into the north, that the infrastructure build-out is done in full cooperation and support with the communities, and perhaps incrementally ensuring that communities in what I had referred to 5 or 6 years ago as hopefully the corridor to prosperity met the standard by which you would like to have a relationship with the Ontario government, and importantly included the resources to support those things. So covering off on the government recognizes, and the Premier obviously has been very clear, that just north here of Arrowland First Nation, well, let me start in the more southern area, we have recognized that infrastructure has been brittle at best. Obviously, the wake-up call in the Greenstone, Geraldton area was when the mine had to actually build their own gas-fired plant just to electrify their operations. We had just come into government at that time, and I think that the discussions I had very quickly with Cabinet was that the pressing and substantial need to proceed with infrastructure farther north depended on the sturdiness of infrastructure, particularly energy, here in the south. We saw the Trans-Canada moved somewhat to accommodate for the construction of the mine, and economic activity began quickly to build the gas-fired plant, which essentially just provided energy for mining operations. That wasn't going to be good enough for us, and I knew that because very quickly we had spoken to communities in and around Geraldton and understood that similarly they, and including up to here at Arrowland, things would have to get better from an infrastructure point of view. And then farther, leading farther north, obviously the communities just beyond here are the last remaining communities in Nan Territory who have diesel generation as their sole source of electricity. And I think there's a lot of consensus around the fact that that is unacceptable, and that moving forward, any notion of a corridor leading straight north of here would be as much about an exercise to develop and build out the kind of corridor that could supply or create an opportunity for the communities to have better access to health, social, and economic programs, and principally through road access over the next number of years, connect communities. Better broadband, just an overall better connection, if you will, no pun intended, to the rest of the province. And that would be driven by the leadership and the desire of the communities, their leaderships at the time and today, in more contemporary times, if you will, to meet with communities and build out the kinds of prosperity agreements that would set the table for their ability, supported by the government, the province of Ontario, for things like energy infrastructure. And so that's one of the features of, for example, the prosperity agreement that we recently entered into with Arrowland First Nation. And our hope, obviously, for the communities farther north, and there's some in various forms of discussion, some very advanced in the case of the two most northerly communities, with the exception of one, to have agreements that support and provide the kind of infrastructure support in your community to build a capacity platform for various activities, but obviously things like childcare, multiplexes for training and or other uses, recreational and the likes, would be put in place at the discretion of community leadership. And so it's our hope, obviously, that we can continue to develop those relationships and those agreements in an effort to bring us to a place where we can start to actually get shovels in the ground. I spoke with the Premier last week at the National Assembly for First Nations leadership with the premiers of Ontario and all premiers, but particularly Manitoba, Ontario, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, spoke of a unified voice around a couple of key things. One was the kind of agreements that we have been discussing, would be the first. Secondly, to create a very large, a substantial fund for taking up equity positions in the kinds of projects that we hope to engage in. And thirdly, to leverage any existing provincial and or federal programs. So in the case of Ontario, my ministry, the Ministry of Mines, the Ministry of Labor, Skills, Trade, and the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, and the Minister of Northern Development, now George, that was me for a long time, to ensure that things like the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund or Skills Training Funds worked complementary and in full partnership, not just with multiple ministries, but also with the communities, and that they worked for them. And so, for example, in Greenstone, we were obviously pretty nimble, pretty quickly able to mobilize and leverage the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund to start quickly the training center and the plaza there, which is coming along quite nicely, and we believe will serve as some of the preliminary commercial or economic activity to help build out a corridor through this part of Ontario. There are some really good reasons why I think there's consensus, for the most part, around that. First and foremost, as I said earlier, electrification in this region, moving farther north, is the last of the communities who are not on electricity generated from a source other than diesel. As I said earlier, that is a top priority. One of the other emerging priorities, folks, are winter roads. I think we can all agree that the lifespan of winter roads is, on average, in terms of a trajectory, decreasing in time, but also very unreliable in terms of its use. And so one of the plans, obviously, when we were working with Aeroland recently, was to ensure that the roadways from the Trans-Canada, but particularly up through here to here, as they serve the winter roads for the time being, we could start the process of building all-season roads, and that there's some existing infrastructure there for that. And we've been looking at all of those options as they, for example, might extend into Casablanca down to Webequie, and looking at what existing winter roadways are there. This is entirely consistent as a matter of policy, friends, with what we're doing in other parts of Northern Ontario where road or winter roads are an issue. So Windigo, we have spoken with them at great length. A couple of key meetings have now put us in a position to take a look at what a road network would look like for them, how its connectivity over the course of time could serve as a bigger road network for the communities who want that. And hey, Rick, nice to see you. And also farther west of us, building out the road network into Pekanjicum, Poplar Hill, Deer Lake, and Sandy Lake. This is an extraordinary undertaking out west that we have, and we're very pleased to have entered into an agreement with Pekanjicum to literally take up leadership in the construction of that bridge, any environmental assessment processes required to support it. And for those communities, obviously, to leverage things like the exclusive license of their enhanced sustained forestry license for white feather forest, and a consensus around the prospect of a lithium mine, but most importantly, to provide road access and better services, access to services and programs through all-season roads. I hope that within the next 5 to 6 years may close to be fully realized. So I've just sort of walked you through, on an infrastructure level, kind of how, I don't want to say how we see this moving, how our relationships and engagement with First Nations communities across the region, the vast NAN territory, could possibly develop. Everything that I have mentioned so far has been built out by way of consensus. And I know that there are some discussion points, especially around the Ring of Fire, that most certainly involve further engagement and extensive consultation. But I want to be here today to let you folks know that for my purposes, for my role, is to ensure that we have the relationships and any agreements to support those relationships so that Northern Ontario, the far north, if you will, is built out in a way that satisfies the test for your priorities, not just in your communities, but connecting your communities. And on that note, to be able to have, I think, a better path forward to talk about other kinds of development, including resource development. So I've just walked you through the key features of some of the activities that I've been seized with the last couple of years and probably the last year and a half. And I guess, friends, many of you have known me a long time in my federal capacity as the Member of Parliament, the Minister responsible for FedNor and natural resources, and then my time as a Minister of several portfolios provincially. I would say this, that if you take a look at Premier Ford and his leadership, he has come to a great place, in my respectful view, where he understands the central significance of relationships and partnerships with First Nations communities. I mean, take me for an example. Over the past 5 or 6 years, as our bench strength has increased and improved, and my colleagues have formed a bigger, stronger cabinet, and I have relinquished some of the portfolios that I've held because, quite simply, at the beginning of it, I had a lot on my plate. And over the course of time, the Premier has come to recognize that there isn't a part of this province where development could or should occur without strong relationships, without durability. That is the ability every once in a while for a mistake or for some judgment call that didn't sit right with some communities that we could recover and just keep moving on. The road gets bumpy sometimes. And I'm here to ensure that it's as smooth as possible so that, in the Premier's own words, nothing can, sorry about that, this microphone's getting lower and lower, all right. Nothing could or should occur in this province without a central feature of that being partnerships with the First Nations. And so I'll just sort of close this part of the discussion, if I may, Chair, to say that the kinds of programs that we have in place and that we've announced recently, so the $3 billion fund, Indigenous Opportunities Fund, is exclusively for the use of First Nations communities through loans and equity positions in major projects, major legacy projects, and or resource projects. That there is a significant focused capacity fund in the Ministry of Mines and Energy available to communities to, for example, hire their own officers to participate in, or persons to participate in, energy studies, mining studies, or any other kind of capacity exercise that is required to ensure that the community is fully represented in any activities in their area or the greater region, as Matawa, for example. And that we would have an opportunity through an additional fund for young people who are graduating high school, sizing up a profession in a number of different areas, from environment to engineering and the likes, to work, to go to school, and hopefully the intention would be to work in their communities as technical people to help support, for example, the creation of large-scale infrastructure like building roads and like building energy corridors, and to participate in resource development projects as full partners, not just at leadership forum, but in the very technical elements of that. So we're hopeful, friends, that we have a federal government now that is more interested in complementary programs, levels of engagement, and the likes to provide further resources, but more importantly, to build a stronger relationship between First Nations, the provincial government, and the federal government, and hopefully with some kind of harmony, feel much better about consensus-based building for the kinds of things that I have discussed with you here today, but I will qualify are things that I have heard directly from many, if not all, of the communities here and across the province around the kind of development that we would experience moving forward. I think it might be best if I just kind of deferred to the chair. Say again? Oh, we're going to keep going? Okay. If you'd like, we can pivot to questions and discussion. I'll take the lead from the chair on how you would like to do that.
If you have any questions, introduce yourself and ask the question. Chief Gagnon.
Yeah, good morning, or should I say afternoon. Rick, welcome to Ireland First Nation. Yeah, hearing what you're telling us, it's kind of hard to comprehend what you say versus as to what you do. I'm referring to the agreement that Ireland signed with the province to get the Martin Falls Community Access Road, made. I had a phone call from the Premier a week and a half ago expressing his disappointment. And he's telling me that, the construction season is upon us and there's nothing happening. Well, my answer to him was that it's equally disappointing that we signed an agreement to do our comprehensive community planning, which is what was the driving force behind signing an agreement. We wanted to see what the community's wants and needs are, if and when development happens. And for some reason, our agreement got caught up in bureaucracy. And it's like a black hole. I don't know where it is. And it's, again, the disappointment is mutual because of the fact that I haven't received one penny from that agreement we signed in January to move the Martin Falls Community Access Road. And I want to be clear to the chiefs here and the members sitting that Ireland signed an agreement with the province to put Martin Falls Community Access Road to their community, period. There was no ring of fire talks. I said that on the press conference right after we signed the agreement, and it had absolutely nothing to do with ring of fire. And my expectations after signing that was that, okay, let's get this thing moving. This is January, winter time. I wanted to get the community's input on how we want to move if there's to be development. But again, as of today, there's absolutely nothing in my bank account that says that we are, honoring the agreement that we signed. So how do we move forward when you're talking, you want to work with the First Nations to get to what they want? Not having to come clean with the agreements that we've signed. It's disappointing that I have to spend the resources that I have just to try to make things work. But, it's not being replenished what I'm spending because I'm banking on that agreement that was signed by the province and our land First Nation. So, I've asked these questions. I asked the Premier, where is that agreement at? And for me to hear what you're saying, that you're going to involve First Nations on any development in the area, and I think these First Nations sitting around here are for development. They're pro-development, but it's just that the resourcing that they need to move forward, it just isn't there. I don't have a mining coordinator. I don't have no technicians that would work to fulfill the needs of what my community wants in return for resource extraction. As we sit here, there's trucks hauling, poplar, 16-foot log. And, I have, expressed a desire to enter into negotiations with the province to do a revenue sharing. And even at that, things came to a grinding halt. Because I don't think the government is really doing what they're saying. These are two separate things. So I'm asking for you guys to, walk the talk if you want to see development. And I don't want to get into Bill 5 right now, but this is one thing that I opposed through the courts because of the fact that, and we were talking, and other communities that are sitting around here were talking on how do we move forward. But this bill that was introduced by both levels of government are forcing things down our throats that we're supposed to accept. And that is not, good partnership. Like you said, you want to be partners with First Nations. My request at the court level is for Bill 5 to be repealed, so that we're talking government to government. We are a level of government in our land First Nation, and so is these other communities that sit around this table. I fear that this will lead to a crisis like what happened in Oka, because it's already, I understand there's two communities that are at the river crossing where, you know, the road is going to go because of Bill 5. So now what happens is that, you know, the two communities that are there, if Webekwe wants to supply a road to their, a road to their community, what happens? You're going to have a little war between the communities that want that road to the community, to their respective communities, which I fully support. A road, no ring of fire. So with Bill 5 and compounding with Bill C5 from the federal government, it forces us to sit down and take something that we've you know, so far tolerated from both levels of government in terms of, you know, the father figure, paternalistic views that the government has. You don't have that right to tell me where to go, what to do. Nobody has that right but my own membership. They have that right to say yes, they have that right to say no to any development. So again, you know, I'm kind of disappointed because we signed an agreement in good faith. And that agreement hasn't produced one single penny, or should I say a nickel, because there's no more penny. So I'm really, you know, at a loss as to, you know, where the actual disappointment lies, because we wanted to move forward to build that access road to Martin Falls, but the resourcing isn't there for me to move ahead. You know, there is some work that's being done, you know, to do the upgrades on the Anaconda Painter Lake Road, but that's being funded, you know, sourced by, I think, MNDM. Again, you know, absolutely nothing for Ireland. So, you know, if you want a partner, a true partner, we sit together and we form a partnership where we work together to get what we want. You know, lack of housing, lack of education, lack of health, lack of everything. So I'm telling each community as I move along, get your comprehensive community plan, get what the community, each community wants. Put it all in a bundle and say, okay, here, if you want this, this is what we want in return. And that is, you know, what I'm telling the chiefs here, and I fully support that, is to put up your whatever it is that you need. Because from the, you know, even the Ring of Fire itself, there's a lot of minerals in here. I'm hearing $90 billion worth of minerals. And once you start scratching the surface, it turns into $1 trillion more worth of, you know, minerals that are there. And for the communities that lack this, lack that, you know, and I think it's time that we say, yeah, okay, let's see what we can come up with. But if you want to be a true partner, you got to live up to your commitments. And right now, I don't see that at all. I mean, nothing. So the disappointment works both ways. And I have to let this out because this is where my community stands. Because we had January right up to today, nothing has been done. And we're not going to fast track anything just to, you know, please development. We have to be thorough. We have to make sure that everything's kosher, that we're not, you know, disturbing the land that we, my children's children are going to rely on in future years. So with that, I'll conclude, and you know, maybe we will sit down privately and talk, but just to express my disappointment as to what you just finished talking, being a true partner of the First Nations. You have to walk the talk and make your, you know, commitments, you know, bring it to fruition so that the First Nations will accept any resource development in their backyards. Right now, I don't see nothing. And we started discussions with revenue sharing, and it hasn't gone anywhere. And I think it's in the guise of, behind the scenes of Bill 5 and Bill C5. And I'm in total opposition with that bill, keeping in mind that my community is pro-development, but we have to do it in a manner where there's no guns to our heads to say that, yeah, we're going to do this whether you like it or not. That is not negotiations. So with that, that's my message, and I expressed this to the Premier also when he called me a couple of weeks back. And to me, the disappointment is mutual because, you know, how do you move ahead when you have a zero negative bank account balance? So with that, I thank you.
Chief Daniel, thank you very much. Minister?
Yeah, so I was just asked, yeah. I was just asked, you know, how we'd like to proceed, and I'll just take my instructions or directions from the leadership here. Obviously, thank you, Chief, for your intervention. There are a couple things specific to your community and some of the communities close by, and then of course there is Bill 5. I wondered, we were just speaking up here, whether it might be useful to address specific things that are raised by the leadership pertinent to their community and or the surrounding area, and then talk about Bill 5, or I can address the Chief directly on the items that he spoke of, which include Bill 5, and it would certainly be open to leaders to chime in on Bill 5. Understanding, of course, that there is some litigation in play around Bill 5, so I've come here in good faith. I've come here and am fully prepared to speak to that bill without prejudice. So to the extent that there may be lawyers here or listening, that any of the discussions we have are free and unencumbered from the threat of that impacting litigation. I'm happy to do that, Chief, but you know me long time, so you know we can do it that way. So who do I ask about how you want to go ahead? Okay. First, so thank you, and Chief, I can appreciate your frustrations about the agreement, and you know that I would not show up in your community here today if I didn't have an update. I received a call from the Premier shortly after he spoke to you. I don't think that our extraordinary team, by the way, I have my Deputy Minister with me here, Raj, for those of you who have not met him yet. He's a great guy. We have an outstanding team. I've got some of my folks that work directly in the Minister's office with me here today, so we have the resources for this plenary discussion and any ones that might go on the side to support any specific things that you want to speak to me over the course of the next couple of hours. So, back to the agreement, Sonny. It was an extraordinary agreement on paper, and I'm sorry that you have those concerns. I can tell you that I made sure that the agreement from our side, as of this minute, is now ready to go. If it wasn't before, it was simply working through the different ministries that we would pull this together. It has nothing to do with Bill 5. The process of any chance of implementing Bill 5 is not here and now. Those agreements are not affected and have nothing to do with Bill 5 at all. And so I know that the agreement is currently being discussed here in the community, and the Premier gave me clear direction last week when we met, just sort of a catch-up meeting, that we would be ready to go as soon as the community gave us official notice that your engagement at the community level was completed. If that's the case, then as early as today or tomorrow, we can begin the implementation of that agreement. And we should, Sonny, because it's a good one. And so I'm ready to do that. On the resource revenue sharing agreement, I've just consulted with my Deputy Minister. It was our understanding that at some point and I very much appreciate this, that the resource revenue sharing agreement with respect to forestry was something that not just Arrowland would like to begin discussions with, but some surrounding communities. It would just take an official letter from perhaps you, Chief, and the communities that you had conceived of partnering in that resource revenue sharing agreement around forestry, and we can start those negotiations very quickly. I take the resource revenue sharing agreements very seriously. For those of you who are in one currently or hope to be in one soon, we now have 40 First Nations in resource revenue sharing agreements. There are 10 agreements for 40 communities, and I'll say two things about them. They are providing not just a reliable source of income from the resources being extracted or harvested, if you will, in the case of forestry, but certainly in Kenora-Rainy River, which is really Treaty 3, since the entire Kenora-Rainy River districts are situated on Treaty 3, those resource revenue sharing agreements are fully evolved so that they don't just involve the revenue from the resources. They are obviously also involved, well, they are the organization, Misung Mitigog, who manages the resource itself in the name of conservancy and sustainable development. So we have a great model, Chief, to work from there, and the other resource revenue sharing agreements are getting to that point. So it's not just about money, it's about actually co-managing the resource that's being extracted or harvested. So I think that's a good news thing, and if we get a letter from you and or the communities quickly on that, we would be happy to begin those resource revenue sharing agreements and proceed on that basis.
Chief Saul?
I didn't mention Bill 5. I didn't address it yet. Do you want me to, or do you? Okay. Maybe it would be useful, folks, if we talked about Bill 5 for a few moments. Providing I'm not trampling on people's lunch hour, it's 10 after 12. Nobody will get hangry at me. Angry I can handle, but hangry I can't. We're good? Okay. So, listen, on Bill 5, and I'm not going to talk too much about the Bill C5, how I have framed Bill 5 to folks in different parts of the provinces, since it's been passed and received royal assent, it is a piece of legislation, but it is not the law. We're not currently doing anything related to Bill 5 right now. We took the extraordinary step, obviously, we understood and heard loud and clear from First Nations communities and other parties that they were not satisfied with how legislation comes to be. The law is very clear on that. It is the prerogative of governments, just like yours, to create rules and or legislation, but that there is in this case, very serious and complex duty to engage politically and consult on the implementation of that bill. And the Premier, recognizing the sensitivities, has said, no, we're going to do something more. Rickford, Lecce, Minister Puri, a couple of other ministers who are implicated in that bill will go out and do a political engagement and consultation about Bill 5, broadly speaking, right? That it does not affect you currently, that there are no intentions for it to affect you currently, no intentions for it to affect any agreements that have been signed or that may be written and agreed to in the near future. Nothing to do with Bill 5. Zero. Okay? And that because we're not going to do that until that political engagement, so nation to nation, has occurred, that every community has an opportunity, and we've already sent out the letters to your community. If you didn't get it, let me know, because you should have, on how to just generally consult and provide information on what Bill 5 really is. That's the first piece. The second piece is to the extent that any part of Bill 5 is actually implemented. Okay? So, an environmental assessment couched in Bill 5, a special economic zone, okay, that is set out in Bill 5. There is a very technical duty to consult on any ability for the province to implement that special zone. It would be focused specifically on the communities that would be implicated in that. I spoke to the Premier. He knows that I'm here today, and that I feel very comfortable, confident in fact, saying to you folks that in addition to the consultation more generally that we are prepared to do, because some of this is about understanding it more than anything, that any ability for the government to proceed with something that is in Bill 5 would involve a specific and more technical, comprehensive duty to consult, and I used environmental assessment and special economic zone. But they have not, they are not, and they will not affect any of the evolving agreements that we're making with communities to build out specific regions. And I'll close with this, friends, because you've known me a long time. I came in here today to talk in good faith about infrastructure that we have heard from the leadership that you want. And we're hopeful, yes, of course. I think the Premier talked with you, Chief, about the prospect of getting the infrastructure going, the road, the corridor to prosperity, so that we would have a better way to serve northern communities and prospectively to develop resource projects. Those things are on the table, and it would be available through Bill 5 or parts of Bill 5 to do that more quickly, not at the expense or stake of the environment, environmental assessments, the ability to develop resource revenue sharing agreements, and or the ability to provide communities with the support they need to build up capacity locally and for any development that would occur in the region. I can just finish with one more thing on Bill 5, and then as we move around the communities, if you have a specific question or concern about Bill 5, I'm happy to address them. But I will say this. So far, the only inquiries that we have had, or predominantly, almost very majorly, about the special economic zone concept that is in Bill 5 has actually come from First Nations communities, right? In different parts of the province who have understood that it might be in their interest to at least engage and inquire what this might look like. We have been very careful not to proceed with specific or technical consultations on it, but to go out and engage politically and consult generally on it so that information gets out about it. In my respectful view, that has probably been the one challenging piece to the rollout of that bill. But I want to be clear. Again, I have been directly approached by more First Nation communities about things like the special economic zone, building electrification corridors and or things like bridges than we have any other partner or municipality or private business in the province. And so I'm more hopeful about this than perhaps some folks in the room. But as you all know me, I'm not afraid to have those conversations in good faith. Thank you, Chief, for raising those points. I appreciate it. And thank you for having me here today.
Thank you, Rick. We're going to go Chief Saul looking.
And I was loud enough. Good morning. My name is Saul Adlukin, Chief Edmonton First Nation. I have many comments as well, but I'm going to, of course, give other chiefs a chance to talk as well. One of the major issues I have with the two bills, as well as how this came to be, the introductions of the bills, is the fact that Ontario and Canada have no disregard for who we are as a First Nation. We are, Mr. Rickford, treaty partners to Ontario. We are. You're going to have to listen to what we have to say. When that introduction happened, there was absolutely no prior knowledge of those two bills and what they were intended to do. You caught us again, Rickford. We are partners, and you ought to start reaching out to us like that. That is not right. You are still operating in the colonial process. You are, especially when there was a few examples or a few statements made by the Prime Minister as well as the Premier that they are going to reduce some of or weaken some of the legislation that's already in place. They're going to go right over and decide. Some of the comments you just made, those were not the initial statements. You weakened your position a bit or backtrack a bit with your position, what was intentionally said. And I'm glad you did that, because we are, and that is our territory. And you cannot enter that territory unless we are a part of that decisions. And the other thing is, the Matawa chiefs, when this was first introduced, invited yourself, I think it is, and as well as the Premier, to come and talk to us about that. And there was a statement on that since Ford became a Premier, every year, every annual assembly probably, we invited him. And not once has he come and paid his respects to us. So we can talk about some of the issues we're talking about here today. Had he done that, maybe that wouldn't have happened, what we're going through today. So that needs to happen. It's getting very frustrating, and our young people are arising and saying, nobody's going to take our land this time. We are going to be involved this time. And you made statements here, Mr. Minister, that $3 billion. Let me go back a bit here. When we do our work and prepare and plan and need money for our own capacity building, we don't come into a meeting like you just did with an entourage of people. Poor me, I walked there alone. I'm not a lawyer. Try to understand some of the specifics you guys are talking about. And I'm not a writer. You're going to have to learn to make sure you provide those type of dollars for us so we can communicate, convey with you with the legal jargon that some of you guys use, and understand what's going on. So this needs to happen. And it's getting frustrating, and as a matter of fact, it angers me to think when I left my community, one of our members was again found in Thunder Bay, deceased. And we read yesterday too, one of the members, I don't know where she's from, she's a young lady, was also deceased, found. Those are our First Nation members that are suffering and dying. And yet our health system and everything else is falling. You remember, Mr. Minister, that when you and George Peary came to Fort Hope, we told you our priority was community well-being. How are we going to be successful and prosperous if you're not going to provide community well-being to the First Nations? And I hear, especially the federal government, has instructed his ministers where they can cut dollars from. And lo and behold, it's going to be from our programming, some of the programming that's going around. And I'm sure there's going to be some from your area, from your government as well. And that cannot happen. And that should not happen. We are 200 houses short. Our infrastructure is collapsing, water and sewer. We had a $12 million water and sewer building and still not operating the way it should be. You know, look at me, I'm talking to you. And you need to do something about that, because we don't have no money to do that. Almost every second week, we have a water issue. So before this thing gets going, I think we have to sit across the table from the Premier and the Prime Minister and say, before anything happens, we need to have an upgrade on everything that needs in the First Nations. Because I never heard of a prosperous First Nation out of mining. Maybe jobs, but in terms of infrastructure and that, and the community needs, no. So it is getting frustrating trying to get our points across. And you just heard one of the chiefs said, we're not anti, anything happening in our community. We just want to be part of it. We just want to be equally treated to make those decisions. Don't force anything on us. We're through not trusting the governments. You have to be honest with us. Treat us like a treaty partner. And that's what we want. And we don't want our land destroyed. And EAs has to be done right. They shouldn't be weakened. Our Endangered Species Acts can't be weakened. They're there for a reason. Those are the kind of things that we heard is going to happen. And we'd want to be respected as well, especially when the Premier speaks. There's always a slip in the tongue. And that should not happen. We don't do that to you. We try to respect people that we're supposed to be working with. And please meet with us. You talk about partners. Should we be doing that? True partners meet. True partners have transparency. So we need that to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saul. Minister?
I think I'm going to have to stay standing up. The seat feels hot. Look, Chief, you've known me for a very long time. I'm here today, and I'll be here tomorrow, okay, to continue to build these relationships. Mistakes get made. Is there anybody in here that's perfect? Raise your hand. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I forgot. There is one. And I appreciate that, Saul, and I just want to say that I believe that the relationships that we have can survive some of those misunderstandings and mistakes. I don't dispute what you're saying here. But I am here today because there are some good things that are going on, right, with each community. There are some things, some long-standing pieces of local infrastructure. And I won't point out the communities, but I can say that we have moved quickly. Everybody in here, if they don't, either has my direct phone number and uses it regularly for requests on specific projects and different things. And I hope and I want that to continue moving forward. And I would just say to you, Chief, that I hear your concerns. We had no consultation or engagement with the federal government on Bill C-5. So I think we got a pretty good taste of what it's like not to have that consultation from the federal government on that. But we do understand that it is their prerogative as a matter of law to bring out legislation, but it is also an obligation, there is also an obligation to go out and politically engage leaders and begin a general consultation. In fact, that doesn't even have to be done, but we're doing it. I don't know if the federal government is doing it. And then to the extent that a bill like Bill 5, any part of it, because there's different pieces, to be implemented would involve an extensive duty to consult, a very technical one. And I'm here today to tell you, Saul, that will be done. If there are historical reasons for that, for you to not trust, that's fair enough. But in your particular community, obviously we have, especially recently, engaged in a hearty exercise that I feel very positive about, right? Speaking as somebody who has something akin to family from your community, my reputation personally and professionally is on the line. It's why I was there yesterday, it's why I'm here today, and it's why I will be here tomorrow, to keep this thing going. And to the extent that we need to be present at these kinds of forums to listen to those voices, we will be here. And I can certainly take it back to the Premier that at some point, just like he met with a Anishinaabeg nation, that we would similarly meet with the nations here at this table. But frankly, Chief, and one of the things that I'm working on as we speak is making sure that with each and every community in here, we're generally in a better position than we were a year ago or a couple of months ago by way of fixing things, addressing things that the province is responsible for. I agree with you. The recent announcement of cuts to Indigenous Services Canada are alarming. There are no plans for budget cuts in Ontario, and there's a really good reason for that, Saul, okay? Because in the light of those cuts, so take your program, Jordan's Principle or what have you, right? Guess who's getting asked to shore up the funds in Jordan's, coming out of Jordan's Principle because of the cuts from the federal government? Us. We have not announced any cuts in the most recent budget, nor do we intend to. In fact, all of our spending with Indigenous Affairs and the portfolios that I hold with respect to the Ring of Fire, resources either directly from my ministry or other ministries have in fact increased. And I'll just say then on Bill 5, something I neglected to mention, but something that is contained in the general Bill 5 consultations that we intend to do are significant consultation capacity funding to the tune, Deputy, of, but MEDCAT's, yeah. So those letters will contain specific resources for that general engagement. And then to the extent that there are somewhere down the road, there is an aspect of the bill that the government would like to approach the First Nations about implementing, there are significant resources in capacity funding for that, and it will be there, okay? The final thing is I actually, I I only brought my team here today, so I could have flown from Kenora today. You know Emily, she's over in Kenora looking after my 2 little girls today because I'm out there with my 2 kids. And so I'm actually very grateful for the very people that have worked closely with your community and other communities to support any sidebar conversations that we have. I've got a new deputy minister here who's amazing. Some of his team, we're all one team. And I got staff here that you're very familiar with out of my office, First Nations folks and other people who have made it their business to become subject matter experts on the opportunities that we have here today. So I'm not going to apologize for bringing a group of my closest friends in the business of politics here to serve you better, but I hear you loud and clear, and that's why we're going to provide the support for the communities as we move forward. That's what I can offer you, Saul. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Chief Sari Taylor. Gunigami.
Okay, can you hear me?
Make sure you bring the mic up closer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Wapshkan, Nimki, Benesekwen, and Dishnakaz. I'd like to acknowledge Airland for inviting us into their First Nation, their territory. And also I'd like to acknowledge the prayers that were said this morning by our elders and the sacred items that are here in this room. Minister Rickford, you know, if you're serious about some of the issues that we have as First Nations people, in regards to Bill 5, in regards to the agreements that we don't have, you would bring that today in front of us for us to actually see. Because it's hard to trust words. We need it in writing. You should have brought an agreement for Chief Sonny to sign today in front of his members, instead of these words that you're throwing around, because that is just what political people do. They have a lot to say in front of us, but it's different as to what you have written. Canada and Ontario, you're both 150 years old, over 150 years. We see the progress of Canada and Ontario during this time. Yet there's no progress, or little to no progress, in our First Nations. It has been said and known that our greatest strengths as First Nations people is the gift of sharing. It's because of our sharing culture that we're still here today. Imagine if things were different. If both governments acknowledged and honored the inherent and treaty rights. In these years, Ganugameen has been greatly impacted by the government's legislations. If they would honor the spirit and intent of our treaties, it would be a different story today. Our laws need to be respected, for they are founded by the original instruction given to us by the Creator. There has never been no economic benefit to us as Ganugameen First Nation. We've had so much different industry come in, whether if it's CN Rail, whether if it's TransCanada Energy, whether if it's forestry and mining. We've never had any economic benefit. It's all have been the benefit of both the Crown and the industry companies that are out there. We need to be on equal footing. If you want to have, if you say there's some economic benefit to us as First Nations people to become partners, then why don't you put your money where your mouth is? Provide us the roads, provide us the bridges that we need in our communities to be on equal footing. Because as it stands right now, I don't see that in my community. The government and everyone else prior, and today's government, those that came behind you, want to manage us as Indigenous people because we're the problems. We're not equal. We have become the problem to you since you came here. And this is just another way of getting around us through this Bill 5. You know, as a First Nation, we have outstanding claims. We have a treaty land entitlement that we're in negotiations with today. How is Bill 5 going to affect that? We need our land back. Simple. You need to fulfill those duties to us as First Nations before you start talking about partnerships. It's been very disappointing. As the Matawa Chiefs Council, we sent out a letter to Premier Ford. We wanted to advance the government-to-government approach on the engagement that is needed to advance our shared well-being, security, and economic interests. Instead, Premier Ford opted for the status quo approach, top-down approach. You say partnerships. I've heard that word here today. You have already failed to be true partners. We have been excluded as legitimate partners. In the AMCAN forestry strategy that is being advanced right now, we were not invited at that table. We cannot be piecemealed, divide and conquer tactics of the government. We cannot allow that to happen anymore. You know, Mr. Rickford, when you're done from your political tenure, you're going to have a pension. You have a nice big fat pension. And that comes from the backs of our First Nations people. $4 a year at treaty time doesn't cut it anymore. As First Nations, we have all shared territories with our neighboring communities, for it's the waterways that bind us together. When we speak outside of our presumed and imposed boundaries, as set out by your written treaty, nor orally as promised to us as our ancestors had signed that treaty and as we understood. We're all partners sitting around this table today. And those agreements are only good if every other community is included in having these comprehensive studies. We need to be all included. I have my elder sitting here today with me, and his rights will be impacted, his family, his ties to the land. And I want to give him that time I want to acknowledge my elder, his name is Cecil, to say a few words on behalf of Ganugamin, to say a few words on behalf of his family. You know, there's a lot of things that need to be done here today. And they're only good as the paper is written on. We cannot move forward until we have that. You know, and some of the words that have been spoken in the media by Premier Ford himself, hat in hand, those remarks need to be taken back. Put some action behind what he said. Because if anybody, it's been Ontario and Canada that have been taking advantage of us as First Nations people. He also said if someone doesn't want to move forward, well, that's going to hurt their community. And what does he mean by that? So now I'm going to, and if he wants to address me now, that's fine, but I want to be able to give it over to my elder to speak. Miigwech.
Miigwech Dinawa Dukamau can call hoa, get the bats and what's getting cocky, just getting just so I'm he got to deny.
Said, and I'm grateful to be speaking to the conference, the meeting today, and that is what I'm going to do.
Be good for giving me this time
I go.
to share a little bit of my knowledge and history of our ancestral lands, our homelands, traditional territories we call today. We still call them that today, but somehow the government changed them over to trap lines. To my belief and understanding was because they wanted to control that. You know, we've been when the chiefs, my chief, we talk about things that we're always fighting for our lands and developments that's happening, and a little bit of history of our homelands north up here, and what's going to impact our community. My family, we've been, you know, before it was passed down to me, my dad and my grandfather used to tell me, we've been in this territory for over 200 years. During that time, the government brought in many developers in terms of mining, forestry, and dams to our river systems that impacted our territory for the last over 100 years now. If my grandfather was alive today, he would be 122 years plus. And I've seen his struggles when I was a little boy. What the government did. When they brought in the mining company, and when you government talks about prosperity, we never seen that, nor did the communities around here. When I talk about our traditional territories, I was talking to my uncle here earlier about our traditional territories, which they call them trap lines today. And I asked him, you know, how many communities, how many families or members used to look after these, or they were stewardess of these lands. I asked him how many families. He says, according to our maps, and you know, there was 17 families. And judging by the size of the mapping, what they did was, you know, just our own trap line ourselves, the Mendoegan trap line, is very, very large. And you add in 17 other family members that were there long before the government came here, long before we were colonized, long before any treaty signing. And we've been looking after that for as far as I know, we're a little over 200 years now. And our First Nation people have been in this treaty island, this territory, since time immemorial. And we've been looking after that. But since government come with their developments of mining, forestries, and Sherry talks about railway, and we have not benefit out of all those over 100+ years? Nothing. I hear that presentation this morning, Ireland's presentation they had. And it's been ongoing for over 100 years where the government's ministries have been trying to control our First Nation people. Where to hunt and to travel and so on. But that's, you know, I believe we've been infringing on our inherent rights for over hundreds of years now, and we've got nothing out of that. And today our communities, our First Nation people are still struggling because of that. And when these ministries, companies are issued permits to come into our territory, we've never been consulted. All of a sudden, we receive letters from the ministry saying they have permits of this mining company, forestry company, to extract minerals, mining stuff, gold, forestry. When everything is all settled and we've never been consulted, never brought to any negotiating table where we could discuss how is that going to impact our lands? How is that going to affect our lakes and river systems? Not to mention our ancestral burial sites. And through forestry and mining, many things have been destroyed. We can't, certain areas we can't fish anymore. We can't eat the fish anymore. We can't harvest anymore certain areas because of the environmental, you know, we're not, it has not been properly assessed. And when we want to say something about these issues through permits, they tell us, well, you should have said something. Why didn't you come to the table and be consulted? We've always been fighting for our lands. We've always been fighting over our areas, what we been living off the land. We've always been doing that, but nobody listens. They only make these promises how we are going to prosper our communities, our people, but I have not seen anything like that since in my time. And we're always focused or considering our future generations. That's what this is all about with our people. Inuit First Nation has always been fighting over our treaty rights, our inherent rights. Most recently, about 30 years ago, we couldn't even get access to get in and out of our traditional territory, our trap lines, because they put a gate. Ministry put a gate there. And we had to travel, access our camp through through the lakes and river systems, portages, for so many years. So many years I've seen my grandfather struggle through that. And again, there was mining and forestry and dams there, but still nothing ever came about in terms of the prosperity they talk about today. And my question is too, what makes this new government gonna give us that, what we've lost for over 100 years. 100 years of a lot of compensation that we're still fighting for. Still waiting for our land claims and so on. And that's why our people are struggling today in social issues. Every day we go through that. I'm an addiction worker by trade. I've been doing that for over 35 years now. And it's never going to stop because our people are always struggling with poverty, struggling with, I hear the other chiefs, they're talking about homes, we're so much backlogged in our, we can't bring our own people to our own community because we don't have enough housing. But who benefits from that? Not First Nations. I'm pretty sure just the government does. But in closing, I'd say me guts for listening to me and voicing my concerns. Me guts.
Thank you very much, Chief Sherry Taylor and the Elder. We're going to let Minister respond to Chief Sherry Taylor, and we're going to break for lunch after.
Thank you for that. Just very briefly, I want to thank the Elder for his comments. I was particularly struck by, and it's been a theme in other interventions from other chiefs, that have brought me to two important places in it. One of them addresses Chief Sherry, your concerns. We have established in my ministry a database to collect just how many duty to consult exercises a given community is going through for different ministries. We identified one community, they're not part of this group here, but in another part of the province, who's involved in 70 duty to consult exercises for different activities of the province. And so one of the things that we're looking at, Friends, is an ability to make that simpler so that and provide more resources for the communities to actually carry out their role in a given duty to consult, and take a look at ones that fit into or deal with the same matter but with different ministries, and combine them with the appropriate resources so that they can move through those exercises more quickly, because oftentimes as we are finding, as I build out this information, it's the community that wants to move ahead on something faster than the province. And these are some of the things that are holding us back. On the land claims, Chief, I can say unequivocally, Bill 5 has no impact on land spec or flood claims or treaty agreements that we are in the process, that we've recently settled, or that we are. Zero, none. Nothing to do with them at all, okay? But I take your point on how specific to your claim, we have, in preparation for this meeting and other one that we had with the Anishinaabeg Territory and ones that I anticipate having very soon, identified that there are at least a dozen, maybe more specific land claims that have to do with provincial parks. And I will be, I've compiled a list of those and will be writing the Minister of Environment for us to sit down jointly and try to understand how to move through that process, because I don't want to stop what we've got going here. I get your grievances on things like the land claims, and there may not be a community here who has benefited from this, but we have settled more land claims and flooding claims and a treaty settlement in 6 years than any previous government, irrespective of their political stripe, federally and or provincially, because it's included them all, I did the research, in the past 6 years than any other government by comparison. Any governments that came close to that had almost double the time to do that. So we have a track record, in fairness, of settling those land claims, and I hear you loud and clear that that doesn't include you, so it's not going to be good enough. Gotcha. Okay? I hear you loud and clear. But I think that record is proof positive that we're ready to sit down and have those relationship tables and have them move at a pace where we can resolve them. And that's the legacy of the successes that we have had, and I expect there to be more, and I'm happy to chat with you one-on-one about a couple of other details specific to your community and that claim, as well as an up-to-the-minute comment on the bridge we're working on in your community. So, thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much, Minister. We're going to pause for a break for 30 minutes. 30 minutes. And we'll come back with, continue with Minister and the chiefs that are still have an option to you ask questions. So 1:30? 1:30, guys. 1:30. Did they pay this morning?
Don't forget to check out the booths. There'll be prizes there at the booths for from the Health Social and Department. The draw will be on Thursday. A separate prize for the men, women, and youth. Tickets are free, but you have to be present to claim your prize on Thursday. I'm sure there's a lot of booths there. Go check out the good stuff. Thank you very much. We'll be back at 1:30. hall. Come back in, settle in, bring your plates if you have to. We'll start in a few minutes at 1:45. Bejik Niwanyanan, Bejik Niwanyanan, 1:45. We will continue on with Minister Rickford. And it's open for the chiefs. If you have any suggestions or comments or questions. So 1:45. I'd like to welcome everybody back to the gymnasium, our meeting room. If you're down the hall, come back. Find your seats. Mr. Rickford is out there somewhere, so we got a few minutes. We're going to start once he gets to the front of our stage here. Well, we will need all the chiefs here. It is 1:45. If we could have all the chiefs to their tables, at least. We may not have Ugamaka and Sugarhead here, but I see his entourage. They're all here. Bring your plate to the table if you have to, it's okay. And there's headsets at the back. There's a channel for English if you have hearing issues. And there's a translation channel. There's channels 3 and 5. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back in here and we'll get going again. Yeah. Go find them. We can't start without them. We will have to wait for all the chiefs to be here, so Chief Wabass isn't here yet. Wabakwe. Oh, I see him. He's standing there. Oh, boy. There's a lot of good stuff there. Rick Allen. Sunny Gagnon. Rick Allen's on the phone. Everybody back.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome back for the afternoon session of the meeting. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're going to continue with the question period with Minister Rickford. And before lunch, Chief Bruce will be continuing with the questions. So Chief Bruce, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Bruce, that's Nipaneshkam, Nazanekas, Martin Falls, Donji, Mostutam. Miigwech, Minister, for coming today to come talk about some of the issues with Bill 5 and ongoing discussions on the Ring of Fire. recently, the past few years, the Ring of Fire, or as we call it, Wawak Chiching, as we call it in our own language, the place of importance for our community. Our people have inhabited that area for since time immemorial. And, we've been working with Ontario on a few initiatives like the environmental assessment and also CBLUP under the Far North Act. And, also other initiatives, but with Ontario, for example, we have the MOU with Ontario, our own community First Nation table with Ontario. That came about because of our blockade on unresolved issues at the Ring of Fire. There was a lot of exploration happening at that time, and we were ignored at that time on some of the issues. We had ongoing issues on the environment and socioeconomic development, the lack of poor quality of life in the community, education, and in the past. Our past leader, Chief Eli Munoz, and I know he did a lot for our community, making some good recommendations. One of those recommendations was a tripartite table with Ontario and Canada, with the First Nations, either our First Nation or a collective of First Nations on the various issues. To upgrade the quality of life in the communities and address those long-standing issues, Aboriginal and treaty rights and land issues, environment. Yet that's been hard to come by, especially with the last previous federal Liberal government, who did not adequately move in time, and I know that's a federal party, a federal government, and separate from the Ontario government. But my question would be, to you, how far are you moving with a relationship with and our First Nations involvement with a tripartite table, on the various issues that we need to seek to address, like Aboriginal and treaty rights, shared jurisdiction, socioeconomic issues. We sat for too long waiting for Minister Wilkinson to, advance his money that he promised. It didn't come to fruition. Like he advanced 40 million. He in a media release said he had 40 million to work with First Nations. Yet we didn't see a dime of that money to advance our resource development talks. And as the Ontario government representatives, what are you doing to make things different, working with the federal government, and what does that partnership look like with the treaty partner, the First Nation treaty partner? Thank you.
Thank you for that. It feels like it's in a better place now than it was. I can tell you that any of the resources, even some of the agreements that we're in the process of trying to make with communities or have made and yet to implement, not one red cent has come from the federal government. And the Premier has spoken to the Prime Minister about development in the area, and when we say development, we're very careful to talk about the requisite community level and legacy infrastructure to support any kind of development, and the signal that we got from this federal government was very positive. Chief, I have met with my federal counterpart. I'm going to meet with the other one very shortly, and as well as the Minister of Natural Resources to see if we can simplify and coordinate the kind of forum that you're talking about to bring that together. This has been noticeably absent. Federal government through programs like FedNor have done some smaller scale funding for certain projects, but it has not been to the size and scale that's required to meet the expectations of the First Nations communities. And frankly, the Ontario government shouldn't and can't, as a fiscal matter, carry the complete load. So I'm tracking for a meeting with the Minister of Natural Resources to revisit the certainty around the contribution that they had promised under the previous government and Minister Wilkinson, who's no longer in that position. And I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to formalize those discussions in the coming months.
Well, as you know, those monies were just for the actual planning of getting the First Nations to where they should be in terms of resource development planning, and yet by that federal government not acting, left us sort of at a loss of where do we build our capacity as First Nations. And that's only part of it, we have to recognize that that's only part of it. Planning dollars for any resource development or getting communities ready, but the actual commitments is what we're also looking for First Nations. When we see housing shortages in First Nations and announcements on cutbacks to Indigenous services, especially programs like Choose Life and Jordan's Principle at the federal level, that's just something different. So, we're trying to get our people ready for resource development in the future, and yet the action is not there. So we really need to start moving on that tripartite table and process. Thank you.
If I may just say that I'm in complete agreement. I said earlier, I share your concerns. I know that I have fielded a number of phone calls from First Nations communities across the province, Chief, on the concerns to the cuts to ISC, but also, more importantly, elements, or Jordan's Principle and the other program that you mentioned. And there's an expectation that they will, that perhaps we could shortfall them. We're looking at some of them. Obviously, we don't want to let the federal government off the hook for programs that they had started. But I have said to my deputy minister that there may be parts of those programs federally that could fit into agreements that would shore up some of that funding from the province. But again, I think it's a call for all of us to share our concerns with the federal government on what appears to be some fairly significant cuts to programming. I'll find out a little bit more about the details in the not too distant future, but I am committed to tracking with my federal counterparts to focus more on the communities here at the table today, and happy to report back by way of letter in the coming weeks. Okay.
Thank you. I just have to reiterate, it's more than about programming. It's actually talking about the real issues that First Nations are facing right now with quality of life, and if resource development is going to come into our community, you think our people are ready? They're not right now. We're doing some great things in the community ourselves with building a detox facility. Just got the ground broken just recently, and a traditional healing lodge. but there's still no commitment on like other things like operations and maintenance and the total package, programming dollars and all that. So, you know, those kind of programs, which, by the way, the federal government doesn't fund for First Nations because of addictions that's running rampant in our communities and in the region. You know, there's a lack of addictions facilities, beds to get our people in treatment. So, you know, we're trying to do our part and address the situation, but that's very hard if you know, there's no commitment between the provincial and the federal governments to address the issue. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Bruce. Next, we're going to Chief Cornelius Wabas from Abakoi.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm glad to be here today at the Matawa AGM. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the drum and the elders for their opening prayers this morning. And we prayed this morning that we would have a, you know, a good day today, meet and, you know, make some progress in what we are discussing and for our First Nation communities. I'd also like to thank, you know, Mr. Rickford for being here, or being with us to discuss some of the issues that you know, that we face still on a daily basis, you know, regarding our First Nations treaty rights and inherent rights and traditional territories. So, so we've been at the table with ministers from previous years as well too, with the same topics, and so we need to start moving forward on how we can, you know, better ourselves to be more efficient in how we, you know, work together. Listening to Mr. Rickford this morning or this afternoon, he talked about partnerships and relationships, and you know, that we need to work on, and I think you know, by showing up in meetings like this is one way of, you know, showing that you have that commitment to be able to work together and develop that relationship that we are looking for. And the bottom line, I guess, is you know, to make sure that you know, whatever comes into our territory, that we prosper, you know, from the development that's happening in our area, because you know, too many times, I mean, too long, we have lived in our little boxes, you know, what they call reservation, that we are seemingly or, you know, put aside and you know, to watch things go by. But I think we're starting to realize that you know, that we need to be part of you know, what's happening out there outside of the reserve boundaries, where we have you know, some we seem to have no access to our boundaries, you know, into the Crown land. And many times I've heard the ministers or even the, you know, the higher officials say that they recognize our traditional territories and also our traditions, our culture, and all that. But yet, you know, they come with their laws to prevent us from doing what we want to do on our traditional territory. And I think that's what you know, we are working towards too. You know, making sure that that we have that you know, working relationship that is meaningful. And I've seen and I've heard many times about you know, consultation and all those. But we need to, sometimes we need to. I think I need. I mean. I need to find out how we can define that language of consultation or meaningful consultation. You know, how do we do that? Is there anything in text that we need to follow to make sure that we're doing the right thing? But I think, you know, when Minister Rickford was talking about that, he said something. There was a number of consultations that need to happen, I guess, and we need to make sure that we check off all these, and also the First Nations ourselves need to come up with our own list of how we want to work together with the government. And for Webequie, Webequie is situated in a potential development area, where we need to be part of that development if that ever happens. But there are some things that are coming into play that are of concern. It's concerning for us as well too, because we have a relationship with the government, and it's concerning that this relationship will not come into will not come into full swing if these restrictions come into play like the Bill 5, even though the minister says that Bill 5 and the bills will not affect any agreements, but we need to look maybe a little further ahead, when the time comes for bills to come into play. That's when these will be of real concern, and how we're going to stand, with that, where we're going to be, and I think that's what we need to develop, is that relationship, the meaningful relationship, how we want to be part of that. And prosperity is something that we want to see in our communities. We are, Webequie is situated in the far north, remote community, and and we have a lot of challenges in our community. And we're looking towards, the potential that's out there to help us, prosper. And we don't want to continue to rely on government funding, which is a piecemeal funding. And we need to find ways on how we can work with the government so that we can have a share of what's out there, and also to continue with our treaty partners, and making sure that we don't overlook the other communities that are out there, and that we don't sacrifice the First Nations to get what we're trying to get at. So I don't really have a question, but I think the question would be, when the time comes for Bill 5 to come into play, where are we going to be as First Nations with that? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll just quickly respond, and obviously, Chief, just, as I said earlier, my ministry is seized with, building out a technology platform that serves to track across all the ministries just how many duty to consult exercises communities are going through. Because what we heard from a number of chiefs is, how do you expect us to understand and meaningfully be consulted or engage in consultation when we have, in one First Nation community's instance, 80 different ones going on at the same time? With respect to the latest budget announcement, and you would have received it in your letter around Bill 5, the new relationship fund is being increased to $100,000, and another ministry, the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, is prepared on request of a community for an additional $15,000 top-up. This is a significant increase that I think Chief Wabas will go a long way to provide the resources to support a meaningful consultation process. And then the second thing that I would add is, look, friends, and again, I've known many of you for a number of years, and I've served directly or indirectly as a lawyer for certain things for some of the communities. I've been on the other side of the duty to consult, representing communities. And one of the things that we wanted to ensure, especially with some of the big projects that are on the horizon that I mentioned in my introductory remarks, is make sure that we're not just getting to consultation to check the consultation box, right? Like, that happens. And then the project moves on, and the community or communities aren't as involved from a business standpoint, from an economic standpoint, as they otherwise would be. So the end goal here, if it by consensus or shared aspiration, is not just to consult for the sake of it, but to consult for the benefit of entering into agreements with communities, plural or alone or standalone, in an effort to be able to proceed with any given activity that the Ontario government is participating in, whether that's legacy infrastructure or resource development. I hope that answers part of your question or comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Just to echo on some of the other First Nations, the other First Nations that are here have a common interest, with development happening in the area. But we need to develop that relationship. We need to have that, the commitments or some of the other things that come to our table be, be real so that we can work together to move forward. So I think it's very important that we work together on this, even though we have in each of our communities, we have the autonomy, but we need to find a model that will work to work together in that fashion. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make an announcement for elders if they would like to relax. There's a room that they set up there with couches with live stream. If you're tired and you want to go relax, there's air conditioning in there, so just let you know. And we're moving on to Nibenimik, Councillor Walter Oshkanigish for the next question, comments. Thank you.
Bonjour. Non dagot. Kay kadad. A little closer, I guess. Hi, my name is Walter Oskanigish. I'm one of the band council for Nibenimik. I'm going to share some of the notes that I got shared with. Oh, sorry, wait. Okay, good day, Mr. Rickford, Minister Rickford. Yeah, I'll just read through some of these. A little lesson in basic of economics may give you a better understanding of how things actually work with with our First Nations. The fundamental ingredients of any economy in this world is having a land base. One that is rich in resources. The resources are harvested, extracted, and grown from the land. This creates jobs, work, commodities, and revenues. This in turn creates a workforce that pays into tax base that creates roads, infrastructure, schools, hospitals, and what's okay. Yeah, and those ones are great. I'm gonna share some of the key things that we have from our First Nation. You know that our First Nation is not a full reserve. It is a settlement from other First Nations that actually the first peoples within Somerville or Nibenamik came from Lansdowne, but there are the history of Nibenamik is I think we shared it when you visited the First Nation years ago when we the First Nation came about with 4 settlements in the surrounding area. That's where the peoples came. There are I think there were might have been like 10 families that came together, that in the mid-70s. And we do have a number of, let's say, number of people that we have, it's sort of grown to, we do have like over 500 registered members of Nibenamik, which is also recognized with the government, that we do have a registered number on our First Nation, which is 241. Yeah, like what you're hearing in here, we do have same kind of similarities in terms of issues that we have. Like, for example, there's addiction in our community. There's a number of our membership, that are struggling to help themselves with, we don't have those kind of facilities where we can help these members that, struggling to help themselves. But we do have, we do have plans for them, like, but they're only for, like a week plan kind of thing. We have this special site or camp or whatever we want to call. Sadly, this summer it caught on fire, and this camp sort of, we were trying to, you know, educate our youth in that camp. You know, we host a youth retreat every year, and it's been like 24 years, I think, already. Yeah. Over that, when we host it, we usually have, you know, shortfall on that budget, you know, like, for example, it does over budgets, you know. I think this is, you know, one of the areas where we need help in terms of, you know, let's say money, for example, or youth education. I think what the community established 24 years ago was, you know, trying to keep that way of life and, you know, alive, kind of, and so happened that, you know, after 24 years of doing it, you know, I was knee-high too, you know. I don't think this one here was born yet. You know, that it is one of those communities, you know, that really cherishes its vision from our elders a long time ago, you know. That program sort of teaches, you know, our way of life, like I said, and our survival skills, you know, even the language. Even the language is used in there, you know. We try and, with this, there's no, yeah, there are house rules, like no internet, and, you know, all those things that, yeah, rules are set, I guess. The other thing that I wanted to share is, you know, our First Nation, our lands department has been, you know, since the beginning of the community, when it was established, that was one of the key things that we done for the First Nation, trying to prepare as much as we can in terms of, you know, I know our elders sort of advised us, you know, when we were younger, I guess, and to try and prepare something like, you know, like something like this, I guess. Meaning, you know, what they said was, you know, Chigoji to Bigope, or, you know, something like that, you know, the meaning that change will come eventually, you know, to our First Nations. And our First Nation, my First Nation anyway, that, you know, we try and talk every day in regards to what those changes are, you know. And we can see now, you know, these all these changes that are coming towards our First Nations, you know. It's like, can't stop, you know, those changes, but you know, it also affects, you know, our lives in the community there with these, you know, these high prices of food from our grocery store. You know, for example, you know, I know that number of nearby First Nations, they have, their milk is like $40, for a 4-liter one. All these cost of living is way high. And, we do need to, sort of adjust, I think. That's what we have planned in terms of my First Nation, our department anyway. Yeah, I forgot to mention that, our chief is just landed in Thunder Bay, and he'll be attending this AGM tomorrow morning. He's going to travel. He's traveling today. He's traveling to Ireland, I guess. Yeah, I forgot to mention that from the start. I don't have, like a real question but I do, the only concern I shared is, these addictions, and I think we need facilities. We need to, we need facilities in our community to help our members. I think that's what we need. And places where we can educate our youth ongoing. For example, I know that language is slowly beginning to decrease, of using or understanding it. So we need to pick that up again. And one of our, you mentioned, I heard that, the Power Authority ones. We are one of the independent Power Authority, you probably are aware. And we have been, making requests to move our power station to where it's located right now is, it's nearby the water, and, we have been making requests to put it in the upper land, or, or by the airport, for example. That was one of our community concern, if we can move the, our power station. We also are aware of the, the transmission line, just, that is just more like 35 miles out, which is, to due west. That's the nearby other First Nation, Wanamun Lake. That's where the transmission line is. We, those things, those things, we have addressed a number of things towards the government, and also, we haven't been really fully been replied on these requests that we want to do, that the community wants to do. That's pretty much it for the First Nation, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and I realize there may not have been a question so much, but if you don't mind, Councillor Skanigash, I'll just make a few quick comments. First of all, specific to your community, I was just kind of texting in real time. I will reach out to the chief as he makes his way up here, but we had, through the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund, I'd been working with the community over the last couple of years on your community development internship, the strategic plan, and the business center, and that seems to have fallen off. That could be part of mine, but I've just let my deputy minister know that we'll follow up on those specific things, Shemag. And the other thing, while I was doing this, because I talked to Chief Taylor about this, and I want to just, if I can have just a couple of minutes. I have mentioned to some of the communities here before, I was the Minister of Northern Development and Mines, Northern Development in particular, and Chairman of the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund. And if you'll indulge me for a couple of minutes, I will just tell you something about this program because I think it's really important. I alluded to it earlier, but I've decided in light of your comments to really just share this with your communities because the uptake in the Matawa communities has not been like it has in other parts of the far north. About 4 years ago, we revamped the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund, and many of our programs, including and in particular around recreational infrastructure, business centers, and certain training centers, certain kinds of training centers, and even, Chief Wabas, the bigger ticket items like the arenas and community centers, we had done a couple of important things. And please write this down or just write NOHFC, call Rickford, okay? And one of my amazing teammates here will follow up. I'm not, what's so funny about that? No. Anyways, we had one of the largest consultations that I've ever performed in 2 chapters of my political career. Well over 1,000, many First Nation business and community economic development, recreational infrastructure leaders. And what I did with that program is under 2 or 3 of the categories, and I mentioned them already, recreational infrastructure, certain kinds of business and whatnot, for communities under 1,500 people, which includes, I believe, every community in here, if I'm not mistaken, for sure. The Northern Ontario Heritage Fund will contribute 90% of the project's cost. So if you have an arena that you want covered, one of the open arenas with a big roof over it, somewhere in the range of, for example, $200,000. The Northern Ontario Heritage Fund, if the application is done properly, will fund $180,000 of this. The reason, and up to $2 million on some of your bigger ticket items, the $5, $7, and $10 million projects. And it does not preclude you from getting funding from other provincial and or federal sources. But friends, you need to start to leverage this. As the chairman who revamped it, the main reason I did it was because when I became the chairman, we did an audit. And First Nations across Northern Ontario, this is exclusively for Northern Ontario, were getting less than 1% of the 125 now, but $100 million then, that program presides over. The second to last business quarter before I was shuffled out of Northern Development to focus on the current portfolios that I have, some of our business quarter meetings, and we've had a few of those board meetings in First Nations communities, First Nations have gotten up to 19% of that business quarter's allocation. I was waiting for an applause, but I'm not going to get one. No, just kidding. But this is real stuff, folks. These are the projects that at the end of the day, when the money is running out and you say, geez, we didn't get that youth center built, we didn't get that business center built, the Heritage Fund can be there for a significant amount of funding. And we've had a couple of communities where we have literally sent representatives from the Heritage Fund to the community or met with them in Thunder Bay to help with the application to make sure that it hits the due diligence spots. Please don't leave that opportunity on the table. I just wanted to make that pitch because there's a couple projects for Summer Beaver, Nibinimak that we had worked on and it through the Heritage Fund, but it had stopped at the phase where we would be ready to build a fund, or build something. And that level of funding that you can complement with a FedNor, for example, federal program, can cover most of the cost of those kinds of centers. I believe we've done a few with some communities here. The final point I want to make is with respect to mental health and addictions. Now, I know some of the communities in and around Geraldton, we have done some really good preliminary work on bricks and mortar plans for the capacity to host mental health and addictions capacity, programs and services. I have been working with some groups out of Toronto directly with Pikangikum. Who else, Matt? Sorry to put you on the spot, buddy. A couple of other communities here, just a little bit of travel fatigue kicked in there for a moment. And they have had some amazing success with these companies having simultaneous access to mental health and addiction counselors, sometimes just somebody to meet through an online secured services and different programs in the schools to detect in advance when young people are kind of feeling down or what have you. And the results have been stunning. I mean, off the charts great. And those communities have endeavored on their own to develop relationships with those companies. And what the companies have found is that in offering their counselors, some of them are working on master's degrees or what have you, or doctorate degrees in different kinds of psychology, mental health therapies, etc., have become so engaged with the program they're delivering in real time on screen that they're starting to visit the communities and do work there. And so it's really good relationship. Am I talking too long? Sorry. Yeah, I get that way. Anyways, we can speak after about that, and I'm happy to meet with the Matawa organization or officials about maybe looking at what something like that could look like. Okay, I'll sit down now.
Okay, we're going to go over to Ms. Gandiga, Chief Gary Quizzes for next question, comments.
Okay, bonjour gudannam agi machigayan agi matehigayek migoch gudannam mage tawon airline migoch gudannam we bin shank chimamo biak so chmigoch kumakana ke magayak migoch gudannam and snabek business watch miigwech. Okay, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the elder that did the prayer and the drum, and the people of Ireland hosting our AGM. It's very, very good. And I'd like to thank the chiefs that are sitting around here, plus the membership that are attending the meeting. And I'd like to say hello to the Minister, Rickford. I don't know you. You don't know me. So one thing I picked up when you're doing a presentation, you know, you just told us there's no connections with that Bill 5 that was passed. And I'd like to see you take it back and reappeal it to your ministers. Yeah, because it doesn't look right. You know, when you're trying to do partnership with First Nations after things are passed, you know, that's not right. Like my community, we oppose Bill 5 because we love where we are. Our livelihood, our culture, our language, and we have future generations that we love. So fast-tracking the bills and all the economic zones you're presenting, it's not going to work. I'll tell you straightforward, it's not going to work because you never meet with us. I was there when the Bill 5 was passed. And all I see is empty chairs of conservatives when the opposition was talking. Is that collaboration? It's not. And that's very disrespectful. You know, I kind of feel sitting here listening to you presenting your presentation, you know, it's not right. And I don't believe you, what you say. Yes, so that's what I'm asking, you know, take that back, the Bill 5, you know, reappeal it, come and meet us. You know, we have lots to talk about. We have our land to talk about. We have our lives to talk about. We have our infrastructures to talk about. I'll give you one good example. There's 7 prime ministers that went through already with our boil water advisory. Where's the government? And I lost count on Indigenous ministers. Where's the work you're talking about? Where's the prosperity you're talking about? You know, I sat on 3 infrastructure evacuations. I never hear you a single word for you to speak. That's why I don't believe you. You know, we had 2 water evacuations. We had a clinic evacuation. I never hear you speak as an Indigenous minister. Where are you? You know, that's where I'm coming from. You know, it's I know it was going to be challenged when I got elected. You know, the former chief told me it's going to be challenging, but we will stand up our ground until we're heard. I hear other chiefs, same thing. You know, same issue, same thing. And, you know, for Neshkandaga, until you meet what we want, you're going to come to our community. And you're not touching the resources. Because my community is in poverty. It's a hidden genocide that I live in today. Well, our community got relocated 41 years ago. Now it's called Neshkandaga. And we were promised to have a wealth life. Today we bury almost a young person every day with the social issues. Why are you not fast-tracking the drug issues? Why are you not fast-tracking the community infrastructures? That should be the priority, the economic zone. for the community. You know, I see a lot of that my travels. And I don't believe you were in our community. Stop saying that. Stop saying that you were coming to my community, because I don't remember you. You know, using First Nations to get some, you know, confidence to work with the people, that's not right. Yeah, I came here to say what I wanted to say to you. So there is lots to talk about. Then I'm going to recognize one of my grassroots person to speak. You hear a little bit more about the land. Miigwech.
Hello. Hello. So we'll get our young person here, Lashonda Wausau. She's our young council member. She wants to share, and then I'll share a bit after.
Bonjour. Shagaway Magazine, Indigenous Cast, Nishkanaga First Nation in Dunji. Hello, my name is Screaming Eagle. That is my spirit name. My given name by my mother is Lashonda Wausau, and I am from the Nishkanaga First Nation. I am one of the First Nation council members. First of all, I just want to thank you all for being here, and I'm glad to see some youth faces around here, as well as our elders and leadership from all communities. Sorry, I'm kind of nervous. First of all, I want to say right now is I'm very disappointed in our Ontario government and our Canadian government. Last Friday, during one of our during one of our nightly entertainments at the powwow, I thought I would have lost a brother because he had a seizure. And that's where our addictions are with our youth. There are a lot of youth that have addictions. Sorry, I'm emotional. My First Nation is struggling to even have a nursing station because our Ontario government and Canadian government does not recognize that we're struggling to have our health care, and our Indigenous communities deserve to have those health care because we do not know who is going to be alive today or tomorrow. Anything can happen. A couple years ago, we had a youth who passed away from an ATV accident. And due to the lack of resources we have in our clinic, there was no way to bring him back. And due to his injuries, and last Friday, when my brother collapsed and had a seizure, I worried for him because we only had our temporary clinic that had no resources that we needed for those situations. Our nurses are supposed to be on call, but they don't respond right away. And you, as part of the government and a politician, you are supposed to advocate that for Indigenous people. The moment I saw blood on that ground, I didn't know if he was going to make it or not, because we had that blackout. I was hearing that the generators they had set up, the nurses weren't even sure where the keys were to turn on those generators. And that blackout lasted a long while, so we weren't sure if he was going to be okay or not. He made it through that seizure, but I wonder, how would you feel if we lost our youth? He's only a couple years older than me, and I'm 21 years old. And when we had that evacuation, we had many youth who were struggling with suicidal thoughts and tendencies. And those are things that you need to think about as a political person. You're supposed to be sticking up for us. We were the first ones here. This is our home. We are never homeless. This is where we come from. And I don't understand why you're supporting the Bill 5, or if you're working with it. The Bill 5, you're supposed to be on our side. You're supposed to be helping us preserve our land and keep our land safe and help us protect it. Give us the funds to send our people out there on the land. I've been sending my own youth alongside with me. I've been going to the land with them. And they need that support from our government, because the things I hear from our youth in the Nisga'a First Nation, they don't like the government at all right now. They don't feel seen. They don't trust you guys. I don't trust you guys. And you guys need to start working with us. We have tried to work with the government. We invited the government to come to our community, talk to us in person, but no one has ever showed up. There's a lot of things that we as Indigenous people have to do for our communities as well. Send your people out on the land. If they're struggling with addiction, send them out there. My younger sister went to treatment last month. She struggles with addiction. She came back home because she didn't want to finish it. But I asked her if she wanted to come down the river with me for a week. So she came with me. And that's when I spoke with the youth. They said that they prefer being on the land than being in treatment, because in treatment they felt locked up and they felt like they had no access to a lot of things. But being out on the land, she felt like she had access to everything, including her spirit. She felt a connection with that land, and she felt like she was there before. Even I feel like I've been there before, even though it was my first time this summer being up in Matawa River. I felt the connection there, all the things my grandfather told me about being down the river, east side, north side, west side, all directions, everywhere I've been taken. Everything my grandfather tells me, I feel it, and I know those things are true because he's seen it with his own eyes. And he experienced it. And that's what I want to experience too. So you as the government, you need to make that change. I don't care if you're just trying to make money or anything. You need to let that mindset go. And you got to start working with us. Our young people, we have young families. My brothers and sisters have children younger than me and older than me. And they're struggling with their own housing. Some of them still live with their parents, but they need their own space for their children. They need their own privacy. Their children need to grow up in a home where they can feel like they have their own areas to play in. Same thing with our education. Most of our communities don't have education up to grade 12. Where's the funding for that? Where's our advocacy? Where's the advocacy for that? Our high school students, half of us don't even want to be in high school out in the city because of the things that happen. I lost my cousin in the city when they found her in Superior Lake. And that's also comes with addictions too. You never know what our youth are doing out there because it's in a big city. Thunder Bay, to most people, doesn't seem that big. But to me, when I first went there, it was huge and scary. And I speak to some of our youth today who are going to high school, who are choosing to stay home. because they're not ready. And some parents don't want to let their children go, but they need the better education, and some don't really have a choice. I didn't have a choice. My grandmother wanted the best for me, so she sent me out there. And I listened to her. And I struggled a lot. And I seen my friends die. And you're letting us down as youth, as elders, as a whole community, you're letting us down. And I hope you hear that. We need all these things, everything that all these communities shared. You need to listen to that. Write it down. Tell whoever's working with you to do those things already. After this AGM, I expect you to finish these things. Start getting them done. Work on it. Because right now you're disappointing me. You're disappointing my spirit. And if you don't do it, I'm still going to keep fighting. I'm going to keep fighting for my land, for my rights, for my youth, for our education, even for my leadership. I know sometimes you don't listen to them, you don't tell your people to listen to them. We fought with the ISC for our nursing station, and yet there's still nothing being done. It's still boarded up. At this moment, you're risking our lives. Even to this day, our community members who are still in community right now, they're risking their lives. And I've said this before, when it comes down to taking our community, to taking our land, and taking our things, I will be in the front fighting, whether my blood are on your hands or not. Miigwech.
I was asked by the chief and some of the grassroots members to share a message, and I believe our young council member shared a lot what I was asked by some of the community members back home. I'm actually emotional right now listening to our young people, and it's heartbreaking to see where we're heading. The spirit of our young people are strong and very resilient. And you can tell that to Premier Ford. You can tell that to your fellow MPs. Nishkandaga will not stand aside. That's what our message is. Our consent needs to be part of that. We need to have a partnership that's true in the sense of truly working as partners. When you hear somebody like LaShonda talk about her struggles and what the youth are facing, that's what we're talking about. Your government talks about how they're going to access the minerals, how they're going to access the nickel, the chromite. Before any economic prosperity occurs at the expense of our homelands, the basic infrastructure that Lash talked about needs to be addressed, needs to be a priority. Your government seems to be wrong on its priorities right now. Why do our communities are in boil water advisory? And don't take it on, that's not our jurisdiction. There's a moral obligation here when it comes to the lives of our people. And the fact that the land is the one that provides us that deep connections is true in the sense what this young person, what this young leader talked about. That's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about filling up our banks, our bank accounts. We're not talking about having certain jobs. We're talking about preserving life, not just today, but tomorrow. That's why we're talking about the shared partnership, the shared relationship that you talked about. But we have a different understanding what that is. I'm surprised you didn't shake my hands when you were coming before me here. I am a former chief of Nishkandiga. And I am somebody that's a land user. And I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wayne Munias. My traditional name is Wazawik Banasi. Mahingan is my clan, and my spirit animal is the white wolf. And in English translation, that's copper thunderbird. That is my traditional, and that is the spirit that's being impacted right now today in the lives of our people, is our spiritual connections. There's a lady, a grandmother and a mother back home that talked to me before I left yesterday from Nishkandiga, Geraldine Yellowhead. She went down the river and she shared a lot about what she's trying to protect for herself and for her grandchildren and her next generation of grandkids. And I think that's what is missing in this discussion. How are we going to protect the homelands of our people? Not just in Nishkandiga, but other nations in our areas. How are we going to protect that? How are we going to preserve the sturgeons that Chief Saul talked about this morning? Gutting out the environmental assessment processes. Gutting out the species at risk. Our sturgeon is very, very important for us in our diet. And likewise, the other communities that are sitting around this table. Nishkandiga is one of those communities that get asked sometimes to provide sturgeon for other communities. Not me directly, but people that are very good at harvesting a sturgeon. Our medicines that are on the river, our medicines that are on the land. I had the opportunity to go down to the proposed crossing that your government is trying to fast track, that your premier is trying to bulldoze its way into our area. I went there. I could see it myself that there was old sites where people stayed, not just people from Nishkandiga, people from around our areas. I seen burial sites. I seen medicines. I seen the healthy population of sturgeon. Whether if the water was only 3 or 4 feet deep, you can still see sturgeon on the river. And that's what we're talking about when we say that the community and the people and our grassroots people need to have a big say when it comes to developing our homelands. So this is what we're telling you. You need to respect our treaties. You need to respect our rights. You need to respect our river system. You need to respect our homelands. You need to respect what our people cherish. I know you stayed in our community for some months as a nurse, but I know you shared some public comments about you knew some of the communities that are living up north. What I say to you, Minister, or Mr. Rickford, you don't know us. You do not know us. You do not know what conditions we're living in right now. You don't know what Lash is going through and her fellow youth. If you did, your government would respect us, would respect our treaties, would respect the fact that we have a big say. We should have a big say in what happens in our river system and our homelands, just like anybody else. And that's what we're fighting for. So we'll be standing on our position, and we stand firm, and we have not given consent to any roads being built or any development that's going to occur in the Ring of Fire. Miigwech, and I share this from the grassroots perspectives of our community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Zagotapi Tizu. Purugutin Numga Kran Shavik, Nijan Shavik. Minandangani Numagaya, Migo Trendum, Kragong Aminigozan, Kazrandagozan, Kaganagagi, Matoigach, Kagamachigach Chag, Nijig Chag.
The drum and also the elders that prayed.
Community of Ireland First Nation. And I want to thank the drum and the elders that opened the prayer at the meeting, and our visitor, Mr. Rickford. I know I have a few things to say, and as a former Anishinaabe politician, I guess I can call myself, that never gives up. I'm retired now. You're safe. We say, I hear a lot this morning. What got me to speak, I didn't want to speak, is what I hear this young person and also the many young people in the communities, not only my community, talking like that. Every one of them. You know, it wasn't us. It wasn't the Anishinaabe that divided the lines of traditional territories. It was the government of Ontario that put trap line system, 1941, 47. We had our territory right across the country, what it says in our treaty. We will hunt anywhere as we did before, anywhere in the country. It didn't say Nishkanaga. It didn't say Ireland. It didn't say you can't hunt in Thunder Bay. It didn't say that. My father and my uncle were at Grand Portage in the States selling their fur. And history can tell you that. You know, that's a long, long ways from up north and there to bring the fur up to Grand Portage to sell furs. That's how our Anishinaabe ancestors lived a long time ago. And why I say that, we should continue to live like that. I don't believe that there's territories that I'm not permitted to go. I'm an Anishinaabe, and I feel the same way with any other Anishinaabe people. If they want to come in my place where I set my sturgeon nets, I'll be happy to see them there. Because it's something that our people can only share and our people only know. MNR brought in the lines that our people start fighting amongst ourselves. That's when the divide and conquer start to happen. We believe our trap lines are our traditional territories. We didn't have no inherent right on anybody else's territory. That's what we thought. No, it's not true. I have as much inherent right in Thunder Bay or anywhere else in Canada as I have in this Canada. I believe that very strongly. And the reason why I said that, I wanted to make sure that you and I understand each other. You know, like you said, we've been friends a long time. Yes, I do believe that. I'm a politician, you're a politician. What happens when we had to talk to each other, we had to start to listen to each other. You know, that's where friendship can come in between to resolve the issues of what happened to these young people and many more young people in the communities. That's when we need to ask people, the old pros in this politics, need to come, step forward, and save our people, these young Anishinaabe that are suffering from drugs. You know, I hear people talk about partners in treaty, and I believe that. If we are partners in the treaty, you know, I'll tell you, the richest people should be the First Nation people, not the other way around. Because if we were partners, that's our land. We only gave you enough to share for you, for the resources to share together. So the richest people should be our First Nations people, not begging with a hat like Mr. Ford says right now, bring your hat, you know. I believe very strongly what I say, and I think it's important that we understand that. We have a treaty. Our treaty is not done. Our treaty says as long as the sun shines, the river flows. That's what it says in our treaty. And the only reason why Ontario government, if we do research, is they pass laws like they did in Bill 5 without consulting the First Nations first before they do that. They did that in the 1800s to take away our Aboriginal title. In St. Catherine milling case, research that. You'll find it there. That's where they take away our Aboriginal title. That's why they tell us you don't have any power. But they did not involve the Native people, the Anishinaabe people that time. They went to court without us, our ancestors. They did the same thing with Bill 5 and Bill C5. Same thing exactly. And I don't believe that Bill 5 is not a law. The Ontario Provincial Police wrote the First Nations on the highway that they're going to be arrested if they protest and slow down traffic, stop traffic. It has become law already. How can it not be a law if it had a royal consent already, royal assent? You know, I don't have to be a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just an Anishinaabe from that had university education from my grandfathers on the land. And that's the best education I can have. You know, I'm not mad or angry when I say, when I talk the truth, I like to speak with firm, you know, because I know, I believe that. I know I'm right. That's why I call myself, I never do anything wrong. No, I'm just kidding. And, you know, I hope that Mr. Rickford can go back and start thinking about those things. Whatever happened with the programs doesn't work in the community. It has to be something that's really solid, like, okay, let's look at these young people in the generation. They have to tell us. They're the ones that are going to tell you, this is what we need. Like the people that talk over there, we don't have arenas, we don't have shopping centers, we don't have youth centers, we don't have a high school, we don't even have a clinic, we don't even have proper hospitals. There's so many things that we don't have. You know, that's why I said the richest people should be the First Nations people if we are truly treaty partners. Because the money would come to our First Nations. not to the people that come overseas and get their rooms paid for 2 or 3 years, and they get a free house out, you know? I just want to say those things because it's important that we tell the truth to our people. And I also heard the statement, the richest people should be the First Nations people, from the non-Indigenous people that support the First Nations people. And I feel, that's why I say I feel very strong making that statement. Be good. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that, and I want to thank the councillor who spoke from her heart. And look, I see this as an opportunity for us. I hope that the communications we've sent to the community quite recently are opportunities for us to meet and visit, and there's a lot to talk about for sure, and I'm looking forward to that opportunity. Thank you.
Miigwech, and we're going over to Long Lac 58, Chief Judy Desmolin. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, good afternoon. It's been a long afternoon so far. Again, I would just like to acknowledge, it's really important when we take the time to pray and to open up the day in a good way. And, I also want to acknowledge the young counselor there. Because what she shared is, I bet you every youth in every one of our communities could share similar stories, similar situations. I have all kinds of notes on napkins and my notepad here from here. But anyway, I won't take too long. I just want to thank Minister Rickford for at least attending today and for staying as long as you are. Usually we see a lot of politicians these days come in and out, make these quick remarks, and then they're gone. But when we form partnerships, we need to take the time to listen to each other. What I was making notes to myself here, and I want to speak to the delegation here as well, not just to the minister who's here and his people that he brought, but with this whole process, there's many partnerships that we have to make, not only with Ontario, but we have to do it with Canada, we have to do it with industry, and we have to do it with each other as First Nation people. So we're in a time where, where we have to really talk, make the time to talk. And, lots of us, being chief, and I know my fellow chiefs can acknowledge this as well, is, as chiefs, we bear the brunt of our restless community members. There's so much that we have to deal with, right from, the daily things that go on in our communities to all of these higher kinds of things that are happening in government, these, such as Bill 5 and Bill C5 and everything else. And, for Long Lake 58, we're in quite a unique position as well, because we haven't signed a treaty yet. And so, I have to work extra hard and think extra hard and strategize extra hard as to, how all of this is going to work, how all of this is going to be put in place. Because honestly, I'm going to speak honestly right now about something. If all you treaty holders, if I'm going to sign on to a treaty and I'm going to get the same thing as you treaty holders already have, I have to think twice. I have to think 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 10 times more of that. And I realize, back in the day, I acknowledge our ancestors and what they had at the time when treaties were made. There was even laws set against us having lawyers present, and knowledgeable people by our sides to deal with a lot of this stuff. But we have that these days. And, but again, we struggle with the resources to ensure that we do have these proper resources and people by our sides. I just want to share quickly on a small scale, a very small scale, we have an agreement, what we call a definitive agreement with Greenstone Gold Mine. And we have a little taste of what it could be like when we have a good partnership with industry. We're able to have a few $1 million extra to do extra things, to address some of the things on our own that we need to address. Like we have a detox treatment type of program. And again, it's something that we had to develop. We couldn't wait for government. It's horrid watching our people die. It really is. And, but we had to do a little something, while we wait for bigger things to happen. But, just with this one agreement with Greenstone Gold Mine, I'm sure the heck learning a lot of how it needs to be in the future with future development. And, when I talk about the partnerships that need to be made with industry, this is where we need partners like Minister Rickford and Leachy and the rest. Industry can't be held on a pedestal with governments. It's industry who's going to pull out those resources that are needed. But, they certainly can't leave us out because we're part of we're part of that equation. You got to get through us to get, for industry to pull out those resources. And, we talk a lot. One of these women and young women that are sitting with me here today, this is our 37th annual general meeting. And it's like we keep talking about the same thing year after year after year after year. How many more years is it going to take for the conversation to change? When can we meet and not talk about our health issues, our enforcement issues, our drug issues, our addiction issues, and all that sort of stuff? When can we ever meet and talk something else? Talk about, just other things. But until we have that proper recognition, that proper resources, to talk about the things that were mentioned already today. It's sad when we have to come together. Our chiefs' meetings are very similar, where we always have our people in mind. Each and every one of your chiefs, that are here today, they represent you well. They bring up the issues, but we need to start heading towards solutions. We need to be more solution-based together, and we need to be really, really heard. Not just lip service again. Through the partnership that we have with GGM and a little bit of own source revenue that we've been able to get, we've managed to purchase some infrastructure, and I really and it's those kinds of things that are going to help us get what we need in a more quick way. But again, you know, we can certainly have more of those sharing of those resources. You know, I'll give you another example, and I believe I shared this with my fellow chiefs before. Was give you an example of Greenstone and the taxes they generate just from the pipeline going through. You know, millions and millions and millions of dollars per year, and not one, I guess we can't say cent, somebody mentioned that earlier, but you know, not one nickel came to any of our First Nation communities that are right in that area, not one. So, you know, I was doing some adding. Imagine if we got 35 million per year for the last 25 years. We would be talking different today. We would be having a different conversation if we were able to have that $35 million per year, and you know, doing our own thing, looking after ourselves the way that we know how. And you know, it is a struggle. It's a great struggle right now. But you know, we need to keep doing, and I just want to encourage everybody, just, you know, keep doing what you can in the meantime to help each other stay alive. And again, you know, we're not asking for government to fix our problems. We're asking government to help us, to support what we need to address the things that we do need. We're not asking for that, for you to fix our problems. We're asking for the support to do that. And you know, I just want to make two comments to some of the things you said today, Minister, about roads. I think it was the first few minutes of your talk this morning when you first got here. You talked about roads, you know, will bring better access to health or something like that, better access to this, better access to that. But I just want to let people know we're right on Highway 11, a few meters away from Highway 11. We don't have better access to health. We don't have better access to drug enforcement and all that sort of stuff. We don't have that. So I think you need to kind of reword that part of the speech, because I've heard that before coming from you in the media and everything. Roads are not going to bring that. The roads are going to bring us extra. I just want to let the rest of the chiefs know who don't have road access. It brings extra challenges that you're going to have to prepare for. It really will. And then your information on the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund. Again, you have to look deeper as to why we're not accessing that. You know, it's first we need land to even put some of this infrastructure on. The ADR process, the addition to reserve process, you know, we got some additional land, but not, you know, again, not one nickel to develop that piece of land with. You know, and again, one of the things that I had talked to Minister Rickford about a few years ago, and you know, they're willing to give it to us, is a splash pad for the kids. But again, where's the water source? That's where we bogged down on that. There's no water source to run that splash pad for the kids. You know, sure, we're hooked up to the town of Long Lac's water system, but we're up to the capacity. They don't have that capacity to do those kinds of things. So again, there's limitations as to why we're not fully accessing that fund as well. So I have many more things to say, but in closing, I just want to say clearly that Longley 58, we're not considering today as any form of consultation. I do not have that mandate from my council to engage in any kind of form of consultation yet with all this. We have to develop and understand and know what consultation will mean to us. And again, that's something that we need to work out with you and other ministers as to what that consultation protocol will look like. And I know that we as the chiefs of Matawa, we've also discussed that. What does that look like? What will consultation look like in the first place? So I just want to put that on record that Long Lake 58 does not consider today as a form of consultation. So miigwech.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the working relationship that we've had, Chief. Nor do I consider this consultation. I think from the outset, in fairness, I said that there was political engagement that needed to be done. I won't be the only minister doing it. Some of my other colleagues will. And I spoke about the consultation with respect to Bill 5, the step that we'll be taking. I can't speak for the federal counterparts, to formally consult on things like Bill 5 in particular. So we don't consider this consultation either, just to be perfectly clear. And we have established, as I said earlier, the resources, and I believe, based on my own experience, they should be sufficient enough to meet the needs of each and every community with respect to any consultations that would occur. And then I would make the careful distinction that anything related to the implementation of any part of Bill 5, should it proceed, would have a different consultation and far more technical in nature. But I take your point on the water to support the splash pad, and we'll talk about that very soon. Thanks.
All right, so we're going to move along to Chief Rick Allen from Constance Lake. Thank you for being patient. You're next. Thank you.
First off, I'd like to thank the community of Airland First Nation and Chief Sonny Gagnon inviting us all here to the community of Airland. I know the hospitality has been great so far. I want to thank you all and all the caterers that are nourishing our bodies over the next few days. I want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge Minister Rickford, I know, for staying here this long. I know sometimes meetings are only held for half hour, 45 minutes, and I want to thank you for staying here for this long and hearing us all out. I just don't want to, sometimes I hate being last, but sometimes I do like it to be last. Sometimes we miss some key components to what we really want to talk about. But today I just want to speak on behalf of looking through this at a different lens. You know, sometimes everybody said everything that needed to be said, but if you're a leader in your community, you see all the issues that have been brought forward here, and you know, our membership are counting on us to build economic prosperity. The new word of the day, I think, from government is economic prosperity. And you hear free, prior, informed consent, you hear truth and reconciliation, you hear all these words all the time. You know, and I just don't want economic prosperity to be a new word that's in the dictionary that's been given to spoken to all the Indigenous communities. You know, I want to take this economic prosperity to help my people, you know, help my nation. And you know, I know, as some of the chiefs here have spoken, said we should be the richest people in Ontario or in Canada. I want to put this to the test. I'm here to say that because my community needs that. Every community needs that. You know, we have to take a risk, but not from a bill. I know, not from Bill 5 or not from any laws. You know, that this happens between relationship building. You know, I want to talk about taxation of our resources. Why hasn't that been tabled in any time in the last 50 to 100 years? Taxation of our own resources. I know we talk about economic prosperity. You know, that's one way to bring economic prosperity. Again, I'll use this word many times today. You know, I just want to know what this agreement entails. You know, I'm ready to go and have that dialogue and have that relationship. I knew I had relationships in the past with the Ontario government already. But I want to put this to the test and see if it's going to benefit my community. As I said, there's no law, there's no bills that are going to say what happens in my traditional territory with Constance Lake, but if Ontario is willing to work with Constance Lake and my membership to better our way of life, and then I'm open to that. But if you're going to enforce laws and rules down our throat, you know, and then that the resource can stay there. I know, like, we live this long. My community's doing okay. It's been developed, overdeveloped in some ways or fashion, but still we struggle with everyday programming and capacity and et cetera. I know everybody talked about that here today, but I want to put this to the test. You know, I'm one of the communities that want to see my community prosper and reach a point where we don't have to rely on handouts or programming dollars that aren't insufficient enough to benefit our people. So again, I'm here to talk about how do we become, this agreement or this bill talk about how do we become more economic benefits in our pockets. Not IBAs. How many IBAs have saved communities? How many? I can name 20 mines in 20 different communities. I don't see them prospering in any way or fashion. I still see the struggles that they have. So now this gives us that opportunity to see, okay, you can become prosperous, we can become prosperous, but the missing piece in this whole process is industry. Right? Industry has to be at the table, and we can't always blame ourselves or government or our laws or whatever, but industry is a key component to our prosperity as well. But government has to support us in that initiative to start implementing taxation of our resources and a better IBA processes. You know, the day of 2% or 3% or 5% of what comes out of our that's being extracted from the forestry, from the mines, it's not enough. It's not enough. I know we have to start creating new ways with the government. I know that's where I see you guys playing a vital role, because you're not the ones that are going to be building the mine, and I know you guys implement rules, but now let's start implementing better rules as I say, taxation within our resources. Better IBAs. I hope these agreements that when I move forward with the Ontario government start to implement these changes in these processes. I know everybody said their concerns of this bill, but as I said, my community has been overdeveloped, but it doesn't mean your bill is going to still overdevelop it anymore. So this is where I'm taking this initiative to see what economic prosperity means to you and to the First Nation. What changes are you willing to implement in this whole new dynamic of fast-tracking mines, roads, energy, whatever it is? So this is the question I have. I know everybody said their piece here. I'm just going to make this kind of short because I know what my community wants, and I know what I want to do for my community, and then economic prosperity is a big reason why I still continue to be a chief of my community. So I want these changes to be implemented as we move forward. As I said, taxation of our resources, revenue sharing. I know all these pieces should become economic prosperity, not a 1960s, 70s, 80s IBAs that still shouldn't exist. Those should be eliminated as of today. That's my piece. And then I think each community should start taking initiatives of building better IBAs, taxation of our resources, et cetera, et cetera. So again, those are my questions for you, and I thank every chief that brought their things forward today. I feel the same with everybody. The bill was blindsided us, but I'm not here to cry about it. I'm going to try to utilize this tool to my advantage, because we have to utilize every tool in our war chest to bring our communities to a better place. And right now it's not in a better place, so let's see what this will bring us to. And then we can, lay the foundations of a better future. Miigwech.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you, friends, for a fulsome discussion. Some 4 hours into it, I've been enriched by the interventions of the leadership and the youth. And I know I speak on behalf of my entire team who came here today. How grateful we are for this opportunity, and I want to thank Matawa for having us. I hope we didn't blow your agenda out too far, but Judy, I take great, very important to me to stay in the room and have the conversations and engagement. It's what I've always done and will continue to do, and I've appreciated hearing from everyone today. I continue to grow and learn, and I'm always careful to say things, and then people say them and I feel badly, and just because sometimes I'm a person who has thin skin and probably doesn't belong in politics when it comes right down to it. But at the end of the day, I appreciate the confidence in the Premier to continue the important work that we're doing and continue to strive and work harder to get it right and to develop and evolve these relationships to a place that we're all in a better state of mind for. So for my part, I want to thank you all for having me here today, and I look forward to seeing and hearing from you all soon. Miigwech.
Okay. Can we have all the chiefs come up to the front if they would like to have a picture with Minister Rick Ferd before we break, and we'll have a 15-minute break, and then we'll reconvene to the agenda of KCAT's presentation. Miigwech. Chiefs?
Okay, all the chiefs, please. If you're a proxy, you can come in. You can squeeze in a little bit more. Closer together, please. Closer.
Can you move that table? Wait, Saul's not there yet. Saul is there. We got Mr. Cuisines there as he's coming. We got one more coming. Mr. Cuisines. You can come in if you want to take a picture. Thank you, guys. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll be back here at 4:15, 4:15. No, 4 o'clock. 4:00. Neo de Beganyak, we know what the other one. 4 o'clock. Be sure to check out the booths. They'll have prizes for Thursday. And there's a guy named here walking around the hallways. His name is Bernard. If any of you guys want to go fishing this evening, you will have to sign up with him. His name is Bernard. He has a burgundy t-shirt, just in case if any of you guys want to go fishing, you'll have to find Bernard to sign up. They're still taking pictures here. So if you're thinking about going fishing this evening, find Bernard. He's walking around the hallway. Excuse me? Sign-up sheets are at the front. That's for fishing. Make sure all the booths are in the classroom. So if you want to go check out some goodies, some souvenirs, and some earrings you can buy for your wife or your daughter, they're just down the hall that way. Straight down that way. They have a lot of good stuff. 15 minutes, 4 o'clock. So fishing and the concert is on the agenda tonight. Chris Cranky from Thunder Bay will be rocking it out tonight at the 10th. So go sign up for the raffle draws down by the booths. It's on the other side of the hallway. They have a lot of good stuff there.
So we'll be back at 4 o'clock for the KCAT's presentations. 4 o'clock, 10 minutes. The next presentation should fairly be quick. And we should be done here within the next couple hours. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. If we could all start coming back to our seats, we will start in a minute or so with the KCAT's presentations. We will start in a minute. Okay, let's all get back in here, folks. Ladies and gentlemen.
The KCAT's draw for the drone. The winner was Gwen Tweedo.
And Billy wins the next draw.
And Billy Gagnon wins the
Wild rice cooler and swag.
wild rice cooler and swag. Thank you.
They can come to see us to get them, or do you want them to come up here?
They can see, what's your name? See Gloria at the KCATs. So if somebody can pass that message to Gwen and Billy Gagnon of Ireland, Migoch. Can the chiefs come back into the meeting room? Miigwech? Where's the guy now? Oh, he's over there, that guy. All right, we have quorum, so we can reconvene to the agenda of the KCATS presentation. Ron Wesley and Dave Negan. Miigwech.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ron Wesley. I'm from Constance Lake, Ontario. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the drum this morning and acknowledge the two elders. I'd like to also acknowledge Dr. Sharon Nate to her new position. You know, she looks young right now, but later on we'll see how young she's going to look. Anyways, it's been a long afternoon, so I'll keep it short. But I really enjoyed listening to the Chief's talk this afternoon to Mr. Rickford. I think we don't give the Chiefs enough credit. I know they have to go through a lot in our communities. I see what our Chief goes through on a daily basis. And it's not easy being in that position. So you know, we have to give them our credit where credit is due. I think they do a lot of good work. As for KCATS, you know, we're hopefully going on the right path now and trying to open up doors to many things that we see on the horizon. And one of the things that I see, you know, is a bounty of riches coming our way down the pipeline, whether it be 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years from now. We have to prepare. And it's good to see our youth speak up and see the pain that they have. You know, I've always said that, you know, 30 years ago when I first was a counselor, coming around these tables, you know, it was only an alcohol problem back then. You know, drugs was not a big problem as it is now. Now, back then, we didn't prepare for the epidemic that we do have now. I think that's the next thing that we should, possibly look at as a whole. And that's what I like to see happen in KKET, with our training and of all the things that we do, prioritize some of these things through the programs that we deliver. Anyways, we've been here for a long time, and I'd like just to pass it on to Dave because he has all the report, Dave and Terry. So with that, I'll say thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Ron is our board president. He's been our president for the past 5 or 6 years, I do believe, and I really owe a debt of gratitude to our board president. He's been a big supporter of KCATS and also providing valuable insight in terms of the direction of the board of directors. And Ron has always been, in terms of the priority of KCATS, is in terms of what are we doing for our First Nations, what are we doing for our community. So it's always welcoming to hear make those remarks at our board meetings. I'd like to also thank the chief from Aroland First Nation for inviting us here and also hosting us, and his council. It's great to be here, as well as it's wonderful to see all the chief and councils from all our communities here present in Aroland as well. And I will just keep our presentation hopefully very short. In terms of KCATS, I was told that our format is a little different this year, where in terms of we're just going to go to financials. So therefore, what we're going to be doing as an organization, we'll be traveling to your First Nations within the next couple weeks in terms of reviewing our annual general report, as well as in terms of if you have any questions, concerns, or what you'd like to see in terms of the programs within KCATS. So expect myself and my staff to be in your First Nation in terms of giving in terms of updates in terms of what we're doing, as well as getting direction from you in terms of your priorities. And then it was also great and wonderful to hear Minister Rickford also state that, he has all this money for your communities in terms of KCATS. The direction we do want to head is in terms of programs we're delivering here in the city of, not here in the city of Thunder Bay, but in the city of Thunder Bay. We want to actually start delivering that locally in our communities. So therefore, what that would mean is instead of bringing individuals out into Thunder Bay, what we want to do is put our resources, what we pay for rent and so forth, and actually put it in your pocket. So what we need for that is we need infrastructure in your communities. So if you have an elders complex or schools or any type of programming, what we want to do is tie these projects directly into your capital project. So what we could do is actually you could use our money we get from the government of Canada as well as the province, and what we want to do is transfer that off to you instead of it going into the city of Thunder Bay, that we want to support your infrastructure in your community. So that's pretty well what we want to do in terms of moving forward in the next coming years. As well as in terms of this year, we've been, this past year, we've really been focusing on the mental health of our programming in terms of developing that programming in-house. And I'm very happy and proud to say that we've actually started delivering that locally in our First Nations, starting with Constance Lake First Nation. We started that capacity building. And in terms of a number of presentations we've done with Dr. Anita Valancourt in terms of the results of the mindfulness. We were also in Martin Falls. Chief Gary Quassis was also present in terms of talking Dr. Valancourt. And what we want to do is kind of build that capacity in our First Nations. So I look forward to seeing everybody in the very near future and to discuss in terms of what's going on with KCATS. Yes, we do have one minor issue in terms of a legacy issue that will be corrected this fiscal year by the Board of Directors, and the auditor as well as Terry will introduce that in terms of when they present the audited financial statements. Miigwech.
Okay, good afternoon again. Again, thank you very much for having us here today. Much appreciated, and certainly a very enlightening day listening to the various discussions. I guess in terms of the KCAT's financial statements, which I think were passed out before we started back up here, you know, the one thing I would say, just for clarity, so the KCAT's financial statements are included in the consolidated financial statements that we looked at this morning. So this is just one component of those statements that we looked at this morning. So I know everybody's always thrilled to hear from the auditor, but you know, again, from an audit perspective, you know, our primary reporting on financial statements is through what we call the independent auditor's report, which would be, well, the third and fourth pages in. And again, what you'll see there is we've issued what we would call a clean audit opinion, with one change or one difference from what we looked at this morning, and that is the, I guess, fourth paragraph down on the first page of the independent auditor's report, where we just draw readers' attention to the fact that KCATS did have a deficit for the year, which would certainly have you know, financial implications for the organization as it moves forward, and it will need to, and I know in discussions with management they're working on it, is deal with and address that deficit. So as we go through the statements, I'll maybe talk a little bit more about that. So just quickly then, if we look at the statement of financial position, which is the fifth page in, or page 1 at the bottom, what you'll see on there in terms of assets, your cash and accounts receivable amounted to almost $4.8 million. So quite a significant amount of cash and near cash on hand. Tangible capital assets, so again, that's equipment and so on that the organization owns, almost 600,000. And then there were some due from related parties with other Matawa organizations, leaving KCATS with approximately $5.5 million in assets. If we go down to the liability section, what you'll see, accounts payable and accruals, very similar to the prior year at about $2.7 million. What's called deferred contributions, so that's essentially deferred revenue. So again, we talked a little bit about that this morning on the Matawa consolidated statements. There's about $3.9 million of deferred revenue. So that's cash received that we still need to provide the services for. And then the deferred contributions related to tangible capital assets, again, those are monies, government funding that have been used to purchase capital assets in the assets up above. So total liabilities of about $7.1 million. And then if you come down to the last line there on the statement of financial position, you'll see net assets is actually a negative number of 1.5, which is the result of the deficit for the year. And that's what management will be working on to fix that going forward. If you turn over the page to the statement of operations, again, this is basically the income statement for the year. What you'll see there is actually your revenues were up significantly, a little over 11.5 million compared to 7.5 the year before. So again, very similar to what we saw in the consolidated statements. The organization continues to grow and offer new programs or enhanced programs. On the expense side, you'll see that with the increased revenue, obviously in delivery of program, we would expect expenses to go up. And for the most part, you know, what we see is the big increases really relate to specific programs and and wages and benefits as we hired more people to deliver those programs. The one other item I would just highlight there, you'll see that there's a bad debt expense of $1,140,000. That I guess sort of relates to what Dave was talking about, in that the organization is taking steps to try to collect money from funders who had promised money but haven't come through with it yet. And the reason it's sitting in bad debts is because from an audit perspective, we're concerned that it hasn't been paid yet, which makes it doubtful. That doesn't mean that the balance is written off or that anybody's walked away from it, but from an audit perspective, it's provided for as doubtful in terms of collection. So overall for the year, what you can see is that there is a deficit of about 2.1. Pretty much all of that relates to the one program for the year. And then if you come down to the bottom, essentially you had an opening net assets or equity of $647,000 after the deficit. That's how we get to the net asset negative of $1,587,000, which we saw on the previous page. So, I think certainly the organization, had some challenges during the year, and like I say, I know they're working on finding solutions to address that deficit. There are, several notes that break down additional information within that for your information. But I guess I'll stop there and see if there's any questions.
Anybody have any questions? I see none.
Thank you.
A resolution is required. A resolution 2025-06. Acceptance of the auditor's report for KCATS and training services. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 37th Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nations Management hereby accepts and approves the auditor's report to KCATS and Training Services financial statements as at March 31st, 2024, as prepared and presented by MNP LLP. Can I get a mover, please? Chief Rick Allen. I get a seconder, please.
I have a question first. Sorry. The debt that's there, 1.6 million, or is it 2? I know that's bad debt, right? But can that be written off at some point? My question. When can it be written off, I guess?
Sorry.
So what we have to do was the debt occurred with the Discovery House program, and what the board of directors decided to do was transfer that responsibility over, not responsibility, expenditures to other programs, and what is there is actually what hasn't been transferred over yet. So what the board has to do is, in terms of transfer it over to other programs, and that should zero everything out this fiscal year. So the next presentation should have, the next audited statement should have in terms of zero balance.
Can I get a seconder, please? Chief Secretary Taylor. Any oppositions? Any abstentions? I see none. Motion carried. All in favor? Sorry. Oh, yeah. Motion carried.
Hello? Okay, the mic's working. Okay, next agenda item is the Matawa reviewed, the Makwatai report. Maya Inkster, up to the front, please. Thank you.
I always sweat up there. Never know what to expect.
Okay, hello, good afternoon, everyone. I know we've had a really long day. I do have to say I'm really happy to be here to present to you all. I see a lot of faces that are familiar over the last year. I've been able to come out to your communities and visit, hold interviews with the Matawa staff, as well as your communities. So. Yeah, I'm from here to present the review. It's been passed around to everybody. You didn't get one? Okay, hold on. Let me see if there's another. Vivian, do we have any more reports?
And you raise your hand if you didn't get a review, a copy of the review. There's Martin Falls. Okay. Can you provide copies? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Sharon. We've got one coming over for you. Okay, so being mindful of time, I know everybody's had a really long day. but I don't want to skip through anything. So a bit of the agenda, we'll go over the introduction, and then I'll get right into the findings. And the findings will start from findings from departments and corporation interviews. We'll talk about the findings from the communities, the Chiefs Council boards, as well as our finance and resource management review, and then get into recommendations and the next steps. So just a little bit about Mokote. We were brought in by Chiefs Council yourselves to perform the review. The terms of reference was developed last January 2024, and throughout the last year we've been performing the review. I'm kind of jump ahead a little bit here because I know we're kind of short on time, so I won't take too long. Yeah? Okay, thank you. So ultimately, the report I've shared with you today and what we've worked on is the findings of the Phase 1 of the Matawa First Nations Management Organizational Review. Again, like I said, it was guided by the terms of reference that was provided in January 2024. So, going back a little bit, we understand that over the past decade, Matawa has grown from really a modest administrative body into a complex regional organization, coordinating services and programs through its corporations, departments, and authorities. So really this growth has enabled, the delivery of some critical and crucial services in stewardship, capital projects, and social development. And that really, shows and reflects the dedication of the staff and leadership, and that member nations can be proud of. However, this expansion has also created new challenges, and that's what ultimately led to the mandate from the chiefs and the resolution to move forward. So, in Phase 1 review really confirms that Matawa must strengthen its governance and operational systems in order to honor the direction of its member nations and support co-developed planning that flows from each community's priorities. So the purpose of the review was to determine whether the current structure and its operations of Matawa management still meet the needs of the 9 member communities, and to recommend practical steps towards improved governance, coordination, and service delivery that are accountable to Chiefs Council and responsive to community priorities. So how we did this work, as I said, over the past year, the Mokote team traveled around to each community. We held interviews with Chiefs Council members, executive directors, departmental managers, board members, program staff, and finance and administrative teams. We did on-site community visits to each nation, where we held focus groups with elders, youth, and community. Most often, we tried to facilitate 2 days in each community. We also had surveys that we had and held informal conversations where possible to capture as many voices as we could. And then we did a structural analysis of Matawa's governance, finance, and operational systems. So really what we found as well is like many organizations that have scaled as quickly as Matawa, it creates structural challenges that can affect daily operations and long-term planning. Matawa's expansion has also been really shaped by the availability of funding streams and departmental initiatives, rather than a regional unified strategy that's co-developed and approved by all member nations. So with that growth, some of our key observations include that, again, the programs have often been established to align with available funding streams. While this, approach shows that staff and Matawa has worked really well and is very dedicated to building programs, this approach risks losing sight of community needs and can become driven by external priorities rather than local priorities. We also found that governance, oversight, and accountability systems have not always kept pace with the scale of operations, and that internal coordination is stretched across a growing footprint, making it difficult to align on reporting, tracking Chiefs Council resolutions, and integrating each nation's priorities into departmental work plans. So integrated planning, coordination, and communication. Our key observations here were that despite departmental work plans being developed, they were often done in isolation and not reviewed through a central coordinating body. Goals and targets were not consistently linked to Matawa's broader vision or community priorities. And inconsistent communication between boards or affiliated corporations and the Chiefs Council. So really the absence of an integrated regional strategy and formal internal communication structures and a performance tracking system results in missed opportunities, duplicated work, and a growing disconnect between Matawa and the communities it's meant to serve. So a recalibrated internal coordination system supported by practical tools, unified work planning, consistent communication, and resolution tracking is an area of opportunity that we've discovered. So decision-making and resolution tracking, some of our key observations here was that there was really no centralized system to track Chiefs Council's resolutions. We did hear that there was some frustration expressed that community priorities are not consistently reflected in departmental operations. So lack of formal systems and processes to ensure that Chiefs Council's directives are consistently tracked, implemented, and reported back to the community. So again, that really leads an opportunity for communication, understanding where the resolutions came from, and tracking and reporting back to from the departments to the chiefs to community. So capacity, succession, and future planning. Matawa's ability to deliver the services and fulfill its mandates really depends on the stability and skill and capacity of its staff and leadership, which have definitely led to the growth. There's strong leadership, there's strong staff, and strong capacity. But what the review finds is that while many departments have grown rapidly, there's been little invested in long-term succession planning, internal training systems, or organizational development. So one thing that we see is that there's some staffing gaps and strains in administration, and when their senior staff are managing large teams, and HR support and some administrative support and staffing gaps has created some strain on the growth in the departments. Succession planning, so there's currently no formal succession plan at either the executive or department levels. There's some ad hoc succession planning, but there's definitely some gaps for knowledge transfer. There's no mentor programming that we see, or internal or community leadership development processes. So definitely some opportunities there, as well as the internal training and HR systems. We see often with growth of this size that's really led by program funding, often the administration aspects of the organizations don't have the resources and support they need to continue growing and supporting, which is one of the problems of program funding strategies. So the community engagement practices what we found here is that engagement activities are very event-driven and tied to funding programs or consultations. There's no centralized community engagement strategy that carries forward the program development of Matawa. Relationships within the communities for community champions or liaisons we found was really siloed by department. We did not see any database that Matawa had of community band managers, et cetera. So really strengthening those relationships with the communities and understanding, who's in leadership, who the program managers are in community, and developing a community engagement strategy. There was challenges in securing local liaisons, and then accommodation shortages and travel costs also created barriers to engagement that we've heard from community managers. So from our visits with the communities, we heard a lot. I can only summarize, in this report what we heard from each community, but part of our recommendations are to, move forward with more communication engagement strategies with each community, and I'll get into that in a little bit, but to go over what we heard and some of our findings from our community interviews is that the relationship between Matawa and its 9 community members is really central to the organization's long-term effectiveness. We found and heard from many respondents, both through our surveys and our community engagements, that many respondents said they were unfamiliar with Matawa's overall structure, services, and individual department roles. So this lack of visibility really contributed to a confusion about who to contact, what services are available, and how to engage. Where Matawa staff do visit, communication is often limited, and we heard that it's not followed up with timely updates. So our key observations here is, community knowledge about Matawa programs often depends on individual relationships. We've heard that some departments and some programs have better relationships within community. The departments don't have consistent outreach or community engagement plans. So again, we kind of talked about those community engagement plans. How do Matawa citizens hear about the programs and learn about the programs? And communication engagement is key to that. We also heard that Matawa's mandate is sometimes confused with that of other political and service organizations. So, there's a lack of clarity. We heard from some people that, oh yes, they access Matawa Health Services, when actually it was, another organization, tribal councils or health administrative body services. So again, really seeing that community visibility and awareness is a big opportunity. So some of the cross-nation themes that we've heard, again, like I said, each community had its own concerns, its own comments, and its own issues that we have documented. But for the sake of talking today, we found similarities and brought them together. And some of the cross-nation themes that we heard consistently were really a desire for community-led planning and control. We heard that there was an invisibility of Matawa departments, apart from a few well-known entities. Most of Matawa's departments remained largely invisible at the community level. As I previously mentioned, there was some confusion of services and mandates, and possibly some duplication of services and mandates. We heard that there was engagement without implementation or engagement without follow-up. We heard of underrepresentation of elders, youth, and remote communities. We heard that there was a need for cultural and trauma-informed services, so they wanted to see more representation of each community within Matawa. And community employment and capacity building. There was a real voice that we heard around Matawa's so big, Matawa's so strong, Matawa has the capacity. And there was a real request that the communities wanted Matawa to prioritize nation-based employment pathways and build local capacity so that community members, and communities themselves are better equipped to lead service delivery. So again, just highlighting, we heard that each nation has its unique priorities. Again, some of the similarities: housing repairs, youth programs, mental health, and local trades. But there was repeated calls for service hubs really tailored to local realities. So communities want services and programs that really specifically address their needs. We heard a real desire for better collaboration with local programming staff, so the communities really wanted to be more involved in the planning and delivery of services. So there are findings from the Chiefs and Council and Board of Directors. We really did hear that the Chiefs Council remains trusted as the political voice for the nations, and they continue to be seen as the primary decision-making and representative body for Matawa. One thing that we did hear, though, across, the governance review is that there was still a lack of understanding and follow-up and implementation pathways on resolutions, in particular past resolutions. So, as elected leaders change and come in and grow, past resolutions don't always feel like they're understand or tracked and reported back on to the boards and the Chiefs Council. And then we've heard that there's some areas for improvement in the secretariat role. Down to a capacity issue again, we're tracking and documenting those resources and bringing them forward to help shape Matawa's strategic planning moving forward as well. So the boards of directors, so what we've heard from the boards of directors was that the roles and responsibilities are not consistently defined or documented. So some of the board's members, feel like their roles are not certain. We did hear a little bit around, feeling like they were token boards and not really fully understanding their mandate. So. Part of some of the gaps and key observations we've seen here is, board training really varies across boards as well. So, creating a structured board training program, and then reporting to Chiefs Council and communities remains inconsistent as well from the boards. So how do boards bring forward the information from their community, and how do the boards also report back to community as they're reported to for each of the programs? So that kind of stems right back into the gaps in the strategic planning as well. For the affiliated corporations. So, Matawa's grown from, one entity to a multiplex organization. And there's inconsistency in the strategic planning from the boards to the corporations and into the Matawa departments. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. It's been a long, dry day. That's good. So the finance and resource management, we did find, and again, everything cycles really back to the growth. And when extreme growth happens very quickly, administrative processes are hard to keep up with. And we found that definitely in the finance department as well, is that there was some issues in their moving forward and keeping up with the expansion of Matawa. In particular, we found capacity and staffing. So the department, even though over the last couple of years they had grown in staff, but ultimately they remained a very bare bone structure for quite a while. So they remained under-resourced relative to the scale of Matawa's operations. And there was no succession plan in place as well. We found that there was issues with program level reporting. So there was a lack of communication and engagement between Matawa departments and programs accessing program funding and communication with the finance department, which led to gaps in reporting, strain on finance, strain on departments as well. There was communications issues, so managers confirmed that program staff often did not fully understand the funding conditions and reporting requirements, but finance was not always involved in the application of fundings. So systems and tools, recently Intact system was implemented, but at our time of the interview, training and IT support were limited. That finance, had not rolled out training to department staff as well. So there was gaps in the finance tools and reporting that was leading to challenges between the departments, the program funding, and the finance. We also found that there's policy and compliance gaps within the finance. So core financial and procurement policies remain outdated. The last major updates that we saw were in 2015. So that highlights a key risk. Financial policies, are integral to the structure of an organization. So also, we were flagged that, signing authority, spending approvals, and cost allocations are unclear and inconsistently enforced. So, those policy and compliance gaps, financial policy and compliance gaps there. Internal coordination, we also heard that communications between departments and corporations frequently develop proposals and seek funding in isolation with no finance coordination. At the planning stage, which led to, again, overlapping applications for the same funding streams or burden on finance team when they received late notification of funding streams that monies were already being spent out of, et cetera. So with our review as well, there was a 2023 review done on Matawa First Nations Management Financial Department as well. We had a chance to review that report and found that there were still some outstanding gaps within the financial department. So one of the outstanding gaps is a formal financial strategic plan has still not been developed. The policies still remained outdated and unenforced. Program level reporting remains a persistent problem, risking funding stability. Succession planning still remained undeveloped. Benchmarking had not been done, and community level supports had not been developed. So some of the progress that they had achieved is the SAGE Intact and the Cetirion had been introduced. They had some staff cross-training had occurred, and their audit compliance remains somewhat strong. So, that strategic financial plan is key to cash flow to preventing cash flow risks, as Matawa and the Finance Department is really program funding supported. Really having a good strategic plan is important to keep the growth stable and sustainable. So some of the opportunities we found for strengthening the finance and resource management as well is key is developing a strategic financial plan, modernizing the financial policies, strengthening program reporting, develop maps and clear internal deadlines, shared templates, and training to ensure that all departments meet reporting requirements on time. Require early financial support in the application of program funding, benchmark capacity, expand training, enhance community supports, and improve internal controls and communication. So within the governance and oversight recommendations, sorry, it seems like my slides might be mixed up or I jumped ahead. Okay. There we go. Okay, so the recommendations, what we're looking at is we have, our areas that hold the most impact. And so when we looked at the recommendations, we looked at, governance and oversight. So first off, developing a centralized resolution tracking system, one to carry the voices of the mandates forward and make sure that the resolutions and Chiefs resolutions are being accounted for and tracked and worked into work plans for accountability. Standardizing governance training for all boards, chiefs, council, and senior leadership, truly understanding the roles of the boards and their importance in guiding Matawa's structure and moving forward. Clarify reporting lines and strengthen the secretariat. Improve coordination between leadership departments and communities, and formalize board terms of reference and limits. So the next area of opportunity is strategic and operational planning. A Matawa strategic plan aligned with nation-level plans. So what we're looking at here is for Matawa to support each nation in developing their own community strategic plan to bring forward up and to help guide Matawa's strategic planning. To standardize interdepartmental meetings and shared tools so that communication, coordination, and information sharing departments can happen freely. Support finance in supporting funding proposals to avoid overlap and ensure that efficient use of resources and prevent duplication of efforts, as well as a shared tracking system for outcomes for Chiefs Council's direction. So for community engagement and transparency recommendations, we recommend establishing a Matawa-wide engagement and communication strategy. What we really heard from the communities was that they felt like Matawa was invisible in the community, and we know Matawa's not. There's expansive services being provided and programs being provided. So engagement in community and being out in community. So part of that is developing a comprehensive strategy to guide consistent and meaningful community engagement. Part of that is to also identify, train, and support community liaisons, empower community members to act as local representatives, and connect residents to Matawa services and resources. Plan for travel and accommodation barriers up front. So really trying to work together through that community and engagement strategy, where Matawa departments can lean on each other to travel to community and address those barriers. Develop live engagement calendars and service maps as well. So Matawa can strengthen its community engagement by working together, the departments developing calendars and service maps to provide transparent and up-to-date information on Matawa's activities and service offerings in each community. And to publish plain language updates, so maintain feedback loops with communities. What we did hear from a lot of communities is Matawa used to send out a newsletter which updated on all the programs and services, and really enjoyed that. And we heard that they haven't seen any communications like that in those newsletters in a few years, and that was a big call we heard from community. So capacity, succession, and future planning recommendations. So develop leadership development and mentorship programs. Youth really wanted to feel that they had opportunities for employment with Matawa. So establishing some formal training and mentorship opportunities to build internal leadership. Build community-level capacity so services can be delivered closer to home. This was a big one that we heard as well, and as I mentioned before, we heard that the communities felt that Matawa was doing so well, Matawa was so strong, and Matawa could access funding programs, but the communities themselves, didn't have that strength. So with part of that, we looked to Matawa to really invest in developing local capacity, going back to that advisory and supporting each community to enable a more decentralized, accessible service delivery. And then with the succession planning as well, standardizing onboarding and internal training. We did hear that the training comes from each particular department, and again is really program funded led, and modernizing HR systems. So again, we heard that with the growth, the administration, the HR really has not had the opportunity to grow, to actually develop an HR policy and strategy, for Matawa. And part of that, can include engaging with the community, training, education, and capacity building to support, more community staffing resources. So service improvement and collaboration, one of the big recommendations and things that we heard from community again is there was confusion of who does what. So there's different tribal councils, there's different health advisory bodies, et cetera. And so one of the biggest recommendations here too is to map out the overlapping mandates. So really understanding what services Matawa provides, what other service entities and tribal councils are out there and health authorities, to clearly understand and identify where there's gaps and where there's duplication. To really help Matawa move forward and making sure that the best services are coming forward to the communities. So also identify opportunities to lead regionally with external partners. So exploring, after that mapping, you can explore more strategic partnerships and collaborative initiatives to deliver programs efficiently and effectively. Develop a service integration framework for shared clients as well. So, out of that mapping, where there's can be frameworks developed, that can happen as well. That can also be used to identify funding streams and align better with program funding. So the community recommendations that we heard and brought forward is one, the development of local workforce and trades capacity. We really heard that the communities wanted investment in training apprenticeship programs to build local expertise. There was a real call for the expansion of mental health addictions and special needs support, improved housing quality, maintenance and inspections, a call for strengthening in youth and elder programming, expand local health access, more in-community delivery. We heard that there was request to pilot renewable energy and local solutions, and provide practical policy and governance advisory support for leadership. Again, that really comes back to what we heard is that, you know, Matawa is so strong. You know, we want that strength in community as well. And so what we've heard there is that there's a call for advisory support in policy and governance for the community leadership. So in summary, what we did here, you know, is the Matawa has grown exponentially. And with that growth comes growing pains. And Matawa is not, you know, stand alone with this. As organizations grow rapidly, these growing pains come with them. So, you know, there's a lot to be proud of. The growth is a strength. But what we've really heard loud and clear is the systems must keep pace with the expansion. So the administration and the systems must keep pace. Chiefs Council direction must be tracked upon and acted on consistently. And that engagement must shift from event-driven to relationship-based. Communities want clear communication, follow-up, and nation-led planning. And practical tools, capacity investments, and governance renewals are crucial. So in the end, our key recommendations are renewing governance protocols and Chiefs Council support, developing a Matawa regional strategic plan that consolidates the nation's identified goals and aligns departments and corporations' work plans and budgets. So really taking a look at supporting the communities in developing their own strategic plans, bringing those community strategic plans and having them guide Matawa's strategic plan. Number 3 is establishing an integrated communications and community engagement strategy for a unified voice. Modernize financial policies and oversight. Invest in capacity building and succession building for both Matawa and the membership nations. And map overlapping mandates. So these actions offer Chiefs Council, Board of Directors, and Matawa leadership a path forward for renewal that's rooted in community leadership and regional unity. Looking ahead, phase 2 will focus on the co-development of practical tools and really moving this from analysis into action. So, sorry, this wasn't the right presentation, but the closing commitment is really, phase 2 is the real next stage of work. The review's identified, you know, the voices of the communities, where there's some gaps in Matawa, the growth, and some real strategies to move forward. So, with that, I will leave for questions. I apologize as it's a little fast. I know we're all a little tired. I'm tired too, and I'm sure you are, but I'll look to any questions or comments for us.
Any questions, comments? Anybody? Everybody tired?
Oh, no.
Chiefs?
I have a few questions. It was pretty fast, and I got lost. Anyway, I didn't hear or see anything flipping through here. One of the biggest concerns I have as a chief of my community, seeing that health issues and health, community health is very, at time, not as good as it should be, not only from Health Canada. But for me, I have seen and visits from the community that there are a few things that needs to be improved in terms of community engagement. One of them I see is their stay in the communities, the workers, are sometimes a little too short. I just took a picture of one that had a posting in my community that there was supposed to be an engagement on, I forgot now, I got it here. It's just to do with the certificates, birth certificates, as well as, okay, on birth certificates, it says the arrival would be that morning and begin work that afternoon, that morning at 11. And out by 6 or something, it said 6 or 7. Now I can't see if it's helping out in filling out the forms or something like that. I can't see them complete more than 10 or 15, and we're lacking that area. A lot of children are not. The other is the Indian status cards. We haven't had any visitors since perhaps the passing of late Barb Wabus, and she used to stay in those communities for a week at a time. Now, there are a lot of people that need status cards. We keep getting calls and all that. I get calls. When are they going to be here? Now, when they happen to be in a city, that happened to me. When they take their children or themselves going to see if they could be seen at that moment, because that's the only time they spend there. They're not seen because first thing they ask you is, do you have an appointment? If I can find somewhere, cancellations, I can put you in. And that's not right. We don't have that luxury of flying over there and it gets your status cards or any other card you need or identification. That's got to be straightened out. The very reason I was a chief then, back in 86 or 87, why this was established, this Matawa Tribal Council, is to serve the First Nations and help them out. And I'm starting to see there's not very many things happening in our communities. Everything is happening out there in Thunder Bay. That has to slowly change back to that, and which means if a staff don't like traveling on a plane, well, what are you doing working with Matawa? Because the policy states, or the initial thing was, you have to fly to the communities as often as you can, because that's where the work is. So I want that changed, and the directors that are listing here, whoever is the director for that program, you make sure each program visits the communities. I'm not talking only about my community. I'm sure others are going through that. That is where the work is, and I like to see that happen. So I didn't see anything there, but I'm sure in management that could be put, was included there. But I want to see this happening, and the especially status cards, because that's identification. You need to be there for more than 2 days. I know they're supposed to be there on the 7th. I think the 7th falls on a Thursday, in my community. So that's going to have to change, and whoever is responsible for health in that, in our organization, please, you gotta let those people know that work with you to fly there and stay there for at least 3 days. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chief. And we did hear that from community, and that's part of one of the recommendations is developing that communication engagement strategy. Also the strategic planning. You know, Matawa needs to have strategic plans from each community. In my visit, it became really clear that there was a need for Matawa to engage with the communities, to understand the needs of each community, to help them develop their own strategic plan that's really rooted in the needs of each community. Because the needs of each community is different, but there is some commonalities as well. And the only way Matawa is going to move forward and develop those needs from the community in their strategic planning is to go to the communities and to support the communities in developing their own strategic plans. And to provide those services in community too. So, thank you.
All right, Chief Sonny Gagnon had his hand up.
Yeah, good afternoon. I know you're tired, Rick. Now it's just gonna, go back in time when this tribal council was set up, and its purpose at that time was to advocacy on behalf of the 9 First Nations. And, I don't like saying this, but we let this corporation run away to a point where, it's doing its own thing. You mentioned resolutions not being followed at chiefs meetings. True, because I had a few resolutions for my community that I wanted it done, but it wasn't ever done. And again, but it is what it is today. I cannot say that, yeah, let's scrap it and rebuild. We can't do that because we worked hard to get to it. But my point is that we have to, you mentioned decentralize, to a point where, the 500 plus employees that are employed within this organization, I don't believe we have one in Ireland, that would promote what Matawa does. And to be, to implement the recommendations that is found by this review, I think we seriously have to look at it soon because of the fact that, what's transpiring in each community in terms of, housing, drugs, alcohol, and so forth. That's why we need to bring the services in. I have one big issue, which is child welfare reform, that my community is being asked to do child welfare in a very short time. And the idea that I had back then was that, Matawa, form, a training package to train our people to get them ready to implement, what is being, agreed to by the province to do our own child welfare. The capacity isn't there at all. My band rep program doesn't have the capacity right now to move ahead with any child welfare. So that's why I'm saying we need to look at decentralizing in a manner that, the services, like I said, duplication. I have problems already with duplication on child welfare. The child welfare Matawa runs right now, they represent my community members, and sometimes it's a hot potato that you guys take care of it from your end. No, it's your job at that end. But that has to be some clarity, like the duplication, that we do one service to one child, and not pick and choose the one that can be serviced. So we need to look at the implementations of your recommendations soon. And I do agree, the board training that needs to be done. I sit on the board, and what we do is that we have quarterly board training so that we're up to snuff as to what is needed to have your board trained. So that's a good recommendation. But again, I need to see or hear how your recommendations are going to be implemented so that each community has the knowledge, the awareness that is, being provided by Matawa First Nations. I have members, again, don't take this as an insult or anything that's very negative, but Native language program is being managed by non-First Nation people within the organization. What does that tell you? Our own tribal council is not hiring our own people to do what they are expecting to do to deliver our native language. I don't go to any municipality and teach English or French to them. But, it's being accepted by our own organization that they hire non-natives to. Again, no, I'm not being discriminatory here, but it's a fact. It has to be said that we need to hire people that have that knowledge of the language, knowledge of the land, knowledge of who we are, who our ancestors are, what are the roots, everything. That is what I want to see. And, how do we implement the recommendations? They're good recommendations. I applaud the work that you did. And, but again, we need to go a little further and start changing without having to, push anything aside. We got to accept that we have our health program. We have KCATs. We have, the programs that we deliver service to our communities. But it has to come to the community so that the community is aware. You ask anybody in my community walking down the highway or what is Matawa? They're not going to give you an answer because they don't know. So that's why I'm saying, we need to decentralize to a point where we bring in the resource people that are hired through health, through education, through whatever we have, even KCATs. Because it's not reaching, the grassroots people. So with that, I'm getting the signal from Rick over here to cut it short. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief Sherry Taylor of Ganuguming.
Sorry, Rick. Just kidding. Good afternoon, Chief Sherry Taylor. This gives us a great snapshot. It comes from our community. It comes from, being able to provide and get some feedback from the community, from our staff, from Matawa itself, some of the staff. It just shows the gaps, where we need to focus on more of our attention. And it provides our new CEO with a clearer mandate. She's got a big job. I just wanted to say thank you to those that were on the committee that helped put this together. I know that some of the chiefs sat on there, some of the board of directors, and Sharon. I don't know if she was part of that. But I just wanted to say thank you for the work that's been done. I really appreciate that. And I want to move the report. Thank you.
I guess we're going straight to the resolution now by Chief Sherry Taylor. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, resolution 2025 number 07, acceptance of the Matawa First Nation Management Review Report. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 37th Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nations hereby accepts and approves the Matawa First Nation Management Review Report as prepared and presented by Makwate. I need a mover. Sherry Taylor moves, seconded by Chief Judy Desmolin. Any oppositions? No oppositions. Any abstentions? No abstentions? All in favor? Favor. I'm getting hungry.
Motion carried.
Okay, motion carried. Yeah, that's, and another resolution on tab 3. Number 8. Okay. Oh, number 8. Okay, so the number 8 is resolution 2025 number 08. Acceptance of Martin Falls First Nation to host the 38th Annual General Meeting. Be it resolved that the delegates of the 37th Annual General Meeting of Matawa First Nations Management designate Martin Falls First Nation as the host community for the 38th Annual General Meeting on July 28, 29, and 30, 2026. Can I have a mover? Who's the Muniz guy? Oh, Robert Muniz moved. And seconder is Rick Allen. Chief Rick Allen. And then any abstentions? Any, opposition, sorry. No. All in favor? Okay, that's moved. Next agenda item is the prayers from the Airland First Nation traditional elder and Christian elder. And then we'll move to the drum and we're done for the day. And oh yeah, okay, so the Matawa First Nation Management Board of Directors meeting to follow immediately following adjournment for election of officers. Ginsatana. All right. Okay, so we'll have the Christian elders say a prayer and then the traditional, then the drum.
Meeting room 2.
Meeting room 2. We're just going to do the prayer to close the meeting. Help me now, naman. Yeah. You can either stand or sit for the elder. What's that? Okay, yeah, we see that. It's like you're going to bless the food for tonight's meal or something. Where is the food? I don't see the food. Okay. Good evening or good afternoon. I'd like to bless the food first. And I should
I don't know what to say because this is my first time doing this. San yung kid kanamay taman niya umichim awa umichyank. Chim nyashka kyank. Awa nuya chip konskaksik. Okay, and I'll say a prayer for that. I'll just say my same favorite prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Yeah.
Nora? 10 words and counting.
Or less.
How's the onion? Kinundush. A house. I'll make it short and sweet. My brother here is crazy. Migo at sa nagadem na to, kabinigo, hibwit bamsiang, jama unta biang, tagaki, kanagagon, skim na seg, anisin na kanaganan. Katakochman ksem na to, o diawe, samigoagawe, media, jiminoskaka, epuche, the big cake, Mina Jinny Gizeba, and Mina Amachi Bija. Jam the door, can I get one meet him? Can now open then, Joanne then. Me watch didn't go on you, the Aminana guy out. Aku tu gem gaya wakon mino hat konigen vior. Jem na tu mi got a op mato da bnu tins menanik an shonat it's what muskeke. Non dan muzio e hisio bakauni nette oma apje ngikchen dan inunda gan ek gegino in Jamaica and the Mike in Jack the egg and do it more, step in Utis Minanic. He said, to get got down, go on, can I get going, wabang cheer. Skinanag, just can we out squan you. Me got jam na do. Aha. All right, that drum group.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good supper. Reminder, there's a concert tonight. Chris Cranky will be rocking the tent tonight. If you decide to go fishing, there's a guy named Denard walking around, or register by the door. He'll give you a time when to go. Have a good evening. We'll see you all here tomorrow. Breakfast is at 8. Huh? Meeting room 2. Beside the breakfast room. The meeting is at room 2. Meeting room 2. You are to go there immediately. Meeting is at room 2. Have a good evening. Stay safe. We'll see you all here tomorrow morning. Breakfast is at 8.